I shouldn't be getting
Someone has not signed in, please do so. The sign-in board's over there. There's a clipboard over there.
But they didn't recognize Rusty Ray.
That's fine. Thank you. Good morning, how are you?
Now, the only one else I can think of is interested is these other circuits.
why will it allow me to
Nope.
No, there's
and I can do it on my cell phone right here.
28th and 29th, huh? Back to back.
Did you actually upload it
You're
from the
done
wall?
on the 28th and then on the 29th, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking. it's
What's
something-
your conference service? Maybe they could reset some.
PTI.
Don, there's not name tag, but there's a chair here for you.
Okay.
Sorry, Megan.
Yeah, towards the back are nicer though.
Exactly.
They don't have these arms that get in the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of support.
Yeah.
And if an emergency does come up,
It's true.
stand for,
Yep. So let's try again.
No doubt, no doubt.
Bill Evans.
Okay.
Oh, you don't let me dial in to the conference.
Yeah.
definition of insanity.
On the live stream,
short
we can
timer?
put up a note and
Good.
tell people that the conference line is messed up. I think, and then
Sound and page.
turn the sound on there, at least people could hear us. Is that correct, Evan?
What was that?
Since the conference line's a problem, we could turn the sound on, people could listen, at least listen.
Yeah.
And we could put is it possible to put a little note saying, conference line is
Yeah.
interrupted or something like that?
Roy says the audio is good once the meeting starts.
Okay, good. So let me just see if we want to do that. Are you not trying to do something else? Okay. We didn't put it on the street. Hear us on the street. They can't talk to us. We want to be careful. But I can put something on the street.
Let's go ahead.
And say it's interrupted.
Exactly.
Okay, Devin, can you do a conference line is temporarily interrupted?
Conference lines having technical
Difficulties. Can you say we'll put a notification when it's back on or something like that? We'll notify when functional. Yeah, so we're putting a note on here.
That sound fine?
But we're gonna start. Okay.
I was just trying to figure out a good way to word
They
it.
can hear us on here.
Oh, good, okay.
So they can't talk to
At
us.
least they would have access to listening.
Yes, thank you. We can
Devin, do
protect
you know the Wi-Fi code?
I don't necessarily have it straight. Do you have like a pen or something?
Summer's times the S, the T, and the L. Okay.
Commissioner, I guess we'll just hook them back down and tell us what that code is.
We're good.
It used to be summertime fun. And then I changed it to go Can't remember which one it is. Exactly.
I brought the smart guys.
Smart guys?
Oh, look.
The ISO smart map just went up. The dot here is.
Well, every time we down this phone here,
There's no pressure.
Literally, very good, very good. it worked fine when Steve tried it. Yes. Yeah. So he's trying to get to the different phone. Oh, there's one right there.
Welcome to the conferencing center. Please enter your passcode followed by the pound or hash key. Please hold while I confirm your passcode. Thank you. Your passcode is confirmed. If you are the host of this meeting,
There was
press
one
the
in
star
there.
key now, or you will hear music until the host joins.
We are. Yeah.
Please enter your host security code followed by the pound or hash key. Thank you. Your security code is confirmed. When you hear the tone, you will be the fifth person to join the
Devin,
meeting.
you want to change the message to the speaker? And go ahead and go live.
But guys, you know what we call tanks in the Air Force, don't you?
What's that, sir?
Targets.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, appreciate it. Well, since it came to the aid of the Air Force, I had to make sure that.
There you go.
Well, we're going to do a roll call. We are a little anxious here. There's 29 SERC members, and hopefully maybe there's some on the line too. So Kat, you have the yeah, just do the.
Okay, all right, Brad and Bonnie are here, or should we just go around the table and identify them?
Yep, it's up to you.
Okay,
Brad.
Bonnie?
Delilah Bruno,
Chris.
Patrick Lonergan,
Don Britton.
I'm sorry?
Don Britton.
Oh,
National
here's,
Service.
Oh, good. Welcome.
that's weather service?
Dave Mason.
Dave.
Tony Casino. Bill Nelson. CSKP.
Jake on you, filling into the tank room rain.
Walter Tulip. Bill Gusty Rhodes, Northwestern Energy. Nick McGinley. Art Ball.
Tom Toots.
Oh, Tom.
Is there anybody on the phone that's part of the SERC?
Don Turner.
Thanks, Don.
Tom.
Judy Lapinian.
Okay. Sanders?
Yeah, got Sanders.
Okay.
Judy Lapinian.
You got that, Judy, thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
Anyone else?
Official count is Kathy?
Well. We might be okay, we've got 16, 17.
So Tom was the defining vote?
Way to go, Tom.
That's scary.
Okay, I'd like to make a couple of other introductions, and then I'd like the folks in the audience to introduce themselves.
Devin Batten is over here. He's our DEQ with our IT department, and we are live streaming today's meeting. And this is our first try to do that. So we're testing the equipment, and we're testing how good we are, and I think we're pretty good. So you're on camera today. So that I wanted you to make Devin. And Peggy Trank is taking notes for us today and going to help us with the minutes. So those are the faces you'll see all day long. So let's start back here in the first row. Sherry?
Sherry Lance, my kind of
bill call on the road fire district. He's sitting there, sitting on the fire.
Adrian Beck, Regional Office of Emergency Management.
John Culbertson, Fire Training School.
Mark Gruner, Montana Disaster Emergency Services, District 6 Field Officer.
Tim Dennis, Montana Disaster Emergency Services.
Adrian Bandit, Critical National Service. Amy Alderson, Montana DES. Canadian Lockwood, Montana DES.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move into the more details of the agenda. At this point, there is one known change to the agenda. For those of you that have printed copies in your packets, the change was made after those were printed. So under the introductions of SERC administration, there is a 1-4, and it's the Kalispell Regional Hazmat Team Deployment Cost Recovery Packet, and Sherry Lance will discuss that with us here in just a little bit. So that's the first addition. Are there other amendments that members of the SERC need to have made to the agenda?
We would like to do a demo of Situation Analyst Montana at some point.
Okay, Situation Analyst Montana, definitely, we will do that. And I'll figure out here exactly where that is in a minute, okay? Let you know.
I only have one quick comment on the agenda. I was hoping, I think we talked last time, that the role of the SERC would be a significant portion of our meeting today. And being the last item on the agenda concerns me a little bit, just so that we make sure that we spend some time on that.
Thank you, but if you don't mind, I think I'd like to leave it at the end.
Yeah.
We just need to move fast.
That was that.
And have a
I'm
good
happy with it being at the end. I just don't want it to be
Very good.
2:45 when we started.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Will do. Anything else? Okay, very good, thank you. Let's move through the business that we need to take care of here. Right up front, we have approval of the minutes from last fall, and I'd like a motion to approve them, and we'll have discussion after a motion.
Make a motion to approve that.
Okay, second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Leon will second it. Is there any discussion? Are there amendments that need to be made or other discussion points? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes? Aye, please. Those opposed, same sign? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Okay, and the next item is, this is the one we added. Sherry, would you step up to the mic, and there's a mic floating around here somewhere. And oh, you can come up here. We're gonna put you up front and center. And close to the phone, please. You know, just in here so the folks on the phone can hear you. Thank you.
Hopefully, that all of you have a chance to read through the recovery package, the incident report form for the Kalispell Hazmat deployment to Folsom. And I thought since we were meeting right now, instead of sending it approvals through the mail, I just asked for your approval now. Is there any questions that you had after reading through both of those reports?
I was on scene, so if you have any questions for me about what happened on scene, or I can talk about that too, if we need to.
Take a motion to approve the, is that appropriate?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Or is there any discussion? Sorry, is there any discussion on it?
I have a question, it doesn't really relate to the motion, but how does this is obviously a private carrier, so it's reimbursable, so then how does that process work? I don't really.
As soon as I get approval from the SERC, I will send an invoice to the responsible party asking for this cost recovery. And that's what we do. When we have a responsible party, we send an invoice as soon as the SERC approves it.
And I did email that to him also, just as a heads up, but it was just an FYI, so the official one will come.
All right.
So a further question on the pile on top, are we recovering the local agencies' costs too
No.
in your bill?
Nope, it's just the hazmat teams.
Yeah, I believe the county will send a bill to the insurance company.
Okay, anything else? Anybody on the phone? Okay, seeing and hearing nothing, all in favor of approving this expense? Aye. Any- Thank you. Any opposed, same sign? Okay, hearing none, we're approved.
Thank you
Sherry.
very much.
Very good. Okay, Bruce, you're on with the next item.
Okay, with the adoption of Senate Bill 5, which is the all hazard team mobilization bill that was approved by the governor and put into law. Brad called us all together in the all hazard incident management assistance team committee to try to implement rules that would allow us to efficiently mobilize the all hazard incident management team. You have already approved this resource mobilization document, and so we thought the easiest solution would be to make required changes to this document rather than go through a whole process. And DES, bless their soul, has the ability to be exempt from the administrative rulemaking process that some of us other agencies have to go through. So this is relatively easy. So the changes that we made are in strikeout and underline. And they essentially start on page 9 of this document, and then we struck a bunch of stuff at the back to shorten this up that we thought was documents that we could find elsewhere, and referred to FEMA for those documents. So are there any changes or any questions about what we're trying to do with this modification? And it's essentially simply tuning this up a little bit to make it easier to mobilize the all hazard incident management team.
And for those that, this was provided to the SERC via email. If anyone needs a copy right now, there are some on the table here. We can get them to you.
If they want to come. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there any discussion on the edits to the document? Anybody? Anybody on the phone?
One comment.
Comment?
Senate Bill 5 goes into effect July 1.
Thank you for that clarification. That is true. It did have a date in it. And so that's when the needed changes would be implementable. So thank you very much. Okay. We're really on a good calendar here. Thank you very much. All right, seeing no comments, we'll just vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All opposed?
Aye.
Same sign. Thank you. We got it. Thank you. The motion is passed and we have made the edits. Hazmat Subcommittee needs to report next. Bill Caldwell, would you join us up here, please?
It's getting harder to do when you're up front.
I'm sorry. It's just we're a little concerned about the folks on the conference call being able to hear us.
Good morning, my name is Bill Caldwell. I'm chairman of the Hazmat Subcommittee for the SERC. It's been pretty quiet actually, other than Kalispell. You've already heard some comments relative to that. But the regional teams are working right now operationally on getting their recertifications completed so that those will be presented to the SERC at the next SERC meeting to recertify the teams as the state of Montana has a resource. The Department of Health and Human Services invited the regional teams to participate in the grant application process, and the teams are really interested and excited about this opportunity to help identify the gap in response at the ambulance and local fire department level to biological hazards. And so we helped in that application process, and the desire of the process is to help identify those gaps, then do some exercise planning and training planning, deliver that training planning, and then conduct 3 exercises across the state that the regional teams and possibly the 83rd Civil Support will participate in to demonstrate the training and then identify possibly any other additional gaps and things that we need to identify to help with those types of responses in the state. So it should be a real interesting process. I think it's, a year from September, we need to have completed this process if we're successful. So it's something we're really interested in and watching. I also, we are in the process of getting together with all of the hazmat, the teams, the chiefs that represent the hazmat teams, the 6 chiefs from across the state of Montana. DES is planning a meeting in June. There's been quite a few chiefs that have changed names over the last few years, and so this is an effort to get everybody together in one place, put names and faces together, go through some history of the organizations and how that process started in the beginning. I think maybe I'm the last one of the old dogs, and I'm going to leave in December, so I'm going to try and share some of that history and how things came and some of the expectations that are expected of those teams relative to the state of Montana. Thank you.
Thanks. Hold on a second. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Bill?
I would like to commend the team of the Kalispell on the professionalism that they did in responding to that spill that we had. They worked really well with the local fire department there and worked exactly like it was supposed to.
I talked to John Campbell yesterday, the assistant chief up there, and got a report relative to that. It sounded like it went really, really well. Nice job. Other question?
Patrick?
This might be a little premature, but you had mentioned you're leaving in December. We have one more meeting before then, but we start looking for a replacement for you. Do you need somebody that you need to appoint now to be transition with them?
Well, we're working on clarification a little bit about how that process actually works. Like I said, I'm one of the last, going to be one of the old dogs that's left, and I think that's how I came to be here, because I was the last one standing. So we're not sure if truly it's a voted position by the chiefs who will be represented in that position, or how it actually works. So we're researching that a little bit more, and it's probably one of the things we'll talk about in that chiefs meeting too. Any questions?
Thank you, Bill. Next item on the agenda is the Interstate Mutual Aid Subcommittee report and discussion. So, is it Bruce who's going to start that discussion?
I guess.
Thank you.
Let's see, so in the process of updating the resource mobilization plan, I stumbled on a statute that enables the Interstate Mutual Aid Agreement. And then I looked at the product that had been developed for the Interstate Mutual Aid Agreement, their mobilization plan or implementation guide, and they are very similar. So I guess the question becomes, do we want to merge the two documents together so we only have one process for mobilizing resources throughout the state of Montana? And I don't think we would need to do much to the resource mobilization plan to incorporate everything that's in this document already. That is work that we would have to do to merge these two together. But it struck me that we have two committees of the SERC essentially working on the same, a very similar effort at least. Why don't we just merge them together and incorporate some of the other members of the mutual aid system? David and Steve probably have other points of view, and so that's the question: is do we want to do that? And if we do, then I think we need to expand the all hazard committee a bit to incorporate some of the other mutual aid partners. I'll leave that open to discussion with David and Steve.
If I might, state code does specify some representation on the interstate mutual aid committee background again, and we thought it would potentially be the answer to the dilemma we've had with that other committee by consolidating them and looking at both processes and combining the two to make it more efficient and
I think the only thing that we want to make sure that we're aware of is that the intent of the intrastate mutual aid was to allow local government jurisdictions to assist each other. We want to make sure that we don't create more of a bureaucracy than we need to be able to bring that about. But I think that by combining those and being aware that there's a potential for a conflict, we can probably avoid it.
What potential for conflict do you see?
Well, just in the I think the intent of the intrastate mutual aid agreement was to allow local elected officials to enter or to request mutual aid from the other political subdivisions of the state, right?
That was for the interstate.
For the intrastate.
Oh, intrastate, okay.
Mutual aid. And so I don't have a real good grasp on what the IMT deployment requirements would be, but we need to keep that county level, county and tribal level, intrastate mutual aid as clean and as simple as possible without having to convene another group, or I'm not quite sure what the IMAT teams will require to deploy, but we just need to make sure that we keep it clean, that's all.
Actually, I think the way the resource mobilization plan is crafted now talks about them utilizing mutual aid before they mobilize statewide resources. So I think it's real complementary. For those of you not on the phone, or all of you, this is an opt-out mutual aid requirement. So if you do not want to participate, you have to opt out, and the tribes have to opt in. So there are no tribes currently opted in, and nobody is opted out. So in effect, there is a statewide mutual aid agreement. I don't know that most people even know that, and can mobilize resources from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, by a phone, or by using actually the process that has been developed. So it makes a lot of sense just to merge the stuff together from my perspective, and make sure it's complementary so that we don't prohibit what's going on now.
And that is, the other thing that we want to consider too is what we want to keep the cost as clean as possible. So
Hold on, Dave, I think, on the phone, are you not hearing well?
I was just gonna ask a question.
Okay.
The tribe, you said that none had opted in?
That is correct.
Okay. So they're not currently a part of the mutual aid agreement?
That's technically correct.
Thank you.
10.3 Part 9 of the state codes describes the process. So if there's an interest in the tribal government opting in by resolution, it explains it all in the state code.
Okay, we have several people that want to say something here. So Dave, I interrupted you thinking the wrong thing. Did you have anything else you wanted to finish?
no, but I think that would be in our mutual best interest to make sure that we're consistent on how we deal with costs and what the expectations are for use of intrastate mutual aid. If it was true mutual aid and everybody pays their own way and they participate because it's the right thing to do, that would be a lot easier than coming up with a bunch of regulations that control whether they were going to get reimbursed for various services. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so we're capturing all these things, by the way, in the notes, so that could be part of, if we join these committees, we can make sure we cover all of this in the discussion. So I think the next one wanted to say something, Brad?
Well, Commissioner McGinley, not to put you on the spot, but we're talking about commissioners. What's your thoughts on what we've been talking about?
Dang sure keep it, I guess you use the word prohibit or inhibit. Yeah, the mutual aid tough hits, I mean, it's gonna happen so fast, I mean, that's the beauty of it. At least through the fire service, the way we work it out, I ain't gonna be ratcheted up from there.
Thank you. And Patrick, you had something?
Yeah, I'd actually just like to make a motion that the mutual aid subcommittee that was identified at the last SERC meeting, the new one, should have a joint meeting with the all hazard committee and figure out if it's doable or not, and come back to the next SERC meeting with a recommendation of what that would look like. Moving forward. I mean, I think there's a lot of details that we can't look at this level that we don't, I haven't looked at those stuff.
Okay.
Do we know why the tribes aren't opt-in on this? Or were they invited? Was there official letter out or anything like that? Or?
If I might,
You may.
the reason that they weren't automatically included is because of their sovereignty. They're not considered a political subdivision of the state, which is why we put the language in there to allow them to opt in, so that it was basically left
So do they
playing field.
understand that they can opt in?
When the law was first put into effect, letters went out to all of the tribes with that information. Now, that's been quite a few years ago, so it may need to be something that's reminded. And I know most of the Indian nations have changed leadership at least once in this period of time. So
Might be a good idea to do that again.
So it was in '05, so it's been quite some time.
Yeah, being part of the Indian Nations Working Group, I get to talk to all those emergency managers from each tribe, so I'm gonna bring it up. And if there is a letter sent back out again, I'll back that up.
Okay, we are on, so a motion's been made, we're on the motion, I think that is an appropriate thing in the motion to put on the list of things that should be discussed in that, if we adopt a motion in that setting, perhaps with some representation. Patrick, do you disagree with that? That I would consider that a friendly amendment to your motion to just include tribal representation. So you good with that?
Yes.
Thank you. And we had a comment at the back, I'm sorry, I can't see everybody. Nothing else?
I'll second this motion.
We do need to do that.
Do it.
Yeah, I thought we had one more, okay.
I can wait.
Oh,
I have a question on the phone, so I can wait that.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just clarify the motion again?
Okay, I'm gonna ask Patrick to clarify the motion. Thank you.
Clarification on the motion. To have the mutual aid subcommittee and the all hazard subcommittee have a joint meeting to evaluate if it's feasible to find the cities and the plans and what that would look like, and to make sure that tribal representation is included in that discussion, and to bring a recommendation back to the next SERC meeting.
Thank you, and we do have a second. Okay. Is there further discussion on that motion?
I'll just make the comment that I think I kind of made last time. And one of my concerns is this, I think in the 8 or 10 years I've been on the CERC, this has been an agenda item every single meeting, and it's had the same piece of that we hope to do something in the future. And I think it either something needs to happen with it, or we need to say that we're consciously not going to do anything with it, because to continually put it off does not make sense. I do think it's very critical to what we do to operate, but we've not spent the time on it. The mutual aid department.
Okay, thank you. That point,
Interstate mutual aid department.
point is taken, and as Bruce indicated, there was a membership discussion just recently, and there's a lot of activity going on. I think that we have a chance to really tackle this. I hope that's true, and it sounds like we're in a position now to move forward with this issue. So, is there any further discussion before we vote? Yes,
Just to
sir.
make clarification on that, last part, is that motion, is to write a letter to offer them to participate. Not leave, make sure, I mean, I think the motion you wrote down, like you just said, it was to make sure they participate.
We were asking that they participate in the meeting,
Plus participation in the joint meeting.
in the joint meeting. And then they can make a determination themselves whether they want to
Opt
actually
in or opt out.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is there further clarification needed on that? Okay, seeing none. Okay, any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none and hearing none on the phone, let's vote on this item. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Say aye. Okay, all opposed, same sign. Seeing and hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Patrick. And?
I need to make a correction. Title 10 does not specify who's on the committee. There's some requirements of the committee, but it doesn't specify who's on the committee. So I wanted to make sure that it was understood that Bruce pointed that out.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda, we have the National Weather Service. Tanya, would you mind coming forward? Sorry to put you on the phone. Oh, you're on the phone. I'm sorry. My apologies. I can't see a group back here and I lost track.
I'm here, Tanya.
Oh, thank you.
All right, great. So, we just wanted to give you a little bit of updates on what we've been doing. November 20th, Mike and Chris Foltz and I met in Great Falls, and Chris kind of handed the reins over to me to help coordinate things, and had a good meeting there. We held a meeting with interested parties and committee members on December 5th and had 15 attendees on that call, and we kind of highlighted some of the issues with the current plan and some of the things that need to be added for the plan in the future. We also met January 16th and had 13 attendees. At this meeting, we approved our bylaws, which were submitted to Brad, and I'm so sorry I blanked your name. Is it Bonnie?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
That's
So
okay,
anyway,
I messed it up
we did send
too.
you a letter and had the bylaws that were in there. On February 24th, Mike drove out here to Glasgow. Thank you for doing that, Mike. And what we did is we went through what other plans had that was working well. We also highlighted what we need to keep from our old plan and what things need to be added. And so from that time on, we've been working on getting a draft put together. Charlie Connolliato with Montana Broadcasters has been really critical in helping us get the list of LP1s and LP2 stations from across the state updated. It was a little outdated. There were some changes to things, or people are doing things locally without notifying anybody of what they're doing. So Charlie's really been working on getting that list together, and that is going to be an appendix in the new plan. Our goal is to finalize a draft between Mike and I and send it to our committee members. And those committee members are myself, Mike, Charlie, Adrian Beck, who I think I heard she's in the room, Crystal Kuhn, and Chuck Lee. So we will get it to them to take a look at and review. Hopefully, I'm thinking by the end of June would be great, and get comments back from them. And then we have about 30 people who have been involved with this in some way or another, are interested in the state EAS plan. And so we would send it to them and put it out there for the public to review. So my eventual goal would be that by the next SERC meeting in the fall, it would be ready for adoption by everybody. There's two main things that we need to do with this EAS subcommittee. The first one is get that plan updated. The second one is getting IPAWS on a statewide level. I just looked this morning, and I think Montana is the only state that does not have IPAWS applications submitted to FEMA. The city of Great Falls and Cascade County, as well as Missoula County, both have submitted their applications. And last I knew, Missoula County was approved, and I think city of Great Falls and Cascade County were either at the approval or just about to get it. Steve Connect had mentioned to me that Montana does use WebEOC, and that software is compatible with iPod. So at this point, we just need to get that state application submitted. And Mike, I forgot to ask you where that was when we chatted this morning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what's part of it.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
It had to do with WebUOC and the iPods app, but it's only good for one cog. So it's not going to work the way we had originally envisioned it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that.
Sorry, I can't hear that on the phone, but maybe that can get put in the notes.
Tanya, hold on. We're going to clarify and get people close to the phone for this.
Tanya, this is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Doing more research with the WebUOC, it appears that the WebUOC application is only good for one cog. It can't,
Oh, okay.
you know, so it could work at the state level, but it's not gonna work at the local level, so we're looking, trying to come up with some other applications for that, but the WebUOC is not gonna work like we originally had hoped.
Okay.
I didn't understand what you were asking.
Clear the record on IPOS state application.
No, we have not applied for ourselves. We did the paperwork for the state, but we have not applied for ourselves.
Okay, so she's correct.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Is there anything else that people here need to finish before we go back to Tanya? Okay, Tanya, okay, I think we're through with any side conversations and we're good. Go ahead if you have anything else.
No, that was just kind of a summary of everything we've done. I'd like to say thank you to Patrick for doing the mailing list for the EAS subcommittee. That's where we know we have about 30 people who are signed up for that and are interested. And we also have a Dropbox page where we store all of our minutes and EAS plans and anything that's pertinent to updating our plans. So that's so that all the committee members can access that data and see it. And if anybody else needs access to that, they just need to let me know.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. I just want to ask the group if there are any questions or comments that anyone else at the table or in the back even needs to ask Tanya or comment on. Yes.
I'm sorry, are we speaking of icons?
Yes, and if you're going to say something, I need you to come up right here so they can hear you on the phone. Sorry.
She was talking about the EAS initially, and then IPOS
Okay.
secondly, so.
I was just, oh, okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you, Tanya. Thank you for your report. Appreciate it.
And thank you for letting me dial in. I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, we have, next on the agenda, we have no unfinished business. I'm going to hold the lunchtime presentation for lunch and just keep moving through the agenda, and it looks like maybe if we keep going at this pace, we will have plenty of time for our discussion later. Yay. So
It's all about Tom.
it's all about Tom. Yeah, it's all good. We do need to have a healthy discussion. So we are having lunch brought in, and you know, we'll keep going until then. Take a little bit of a break just to get lunch and get seated, and then have our lunchtime presentation. So we'll just keep running on here. So under new business, I would like to just address a little bit on the rail crude oil transport issues. As you know, we've discussed this before. A year ago, the federal government required reporting by trains for the what we call the unit trains. It's a million. Now I've lost track. Gallons?
Yes.
Gallons. Thank you. 1 million gallons or more on one train has to be reported. There was some discussion about whether we make those public or not, and they certainly were to go to local responders and to have that information. Governor Schweitzer, shows you how long I've been around, a long time, and it wasn't that long ago. Governor Bullock weighed in on this issue, and those are made public. Those are available on the governor's transparency website. So as those reports come in, we post those, and DES takes care of getting those posted, and they are, anyone looking at the governor's transparency website can see those reports. I just received a new one yesterday from Burlington Northern Santa Fe, and they don't send them as often as Montana Rail Link does. Okay. The regulation is essentially that if you change 25% from a previous report, you have to file a new report. So Burlington Northern's numbers are broad enough that they report less frequently, but it stays within that number range that they put out. Right now, you're talking, they might say 8 to 12 trains and in an area, and if that changes 25%, then they'll file a new report. So I'm just explaining that I did just yesterday. I've sent it over. It needs to be posted. So we're good. We're good. Just got it. And Montana Rail Link reports weekly. Those also get put up. So that's what we have on those reports, and we are receiving those. I'd be happy to answer anything if someone has questions on those issues. But also on this agenda item, we have listed the legislative audit. Now, we are not a part of the legislative audit in the sense of doing any of the work. Ken McCormick is in the back of the room. He allowed me to identify him. He is the auditor doing this audit, looking at our rail safety and those kinds of issues. He's completed his field work, and it'll be probably later in the summer, late summer, early fall, before that report actually goes to the Legislative Audit Committee. I think that I will say this as someone who's got 30 years in state government and has been through a number of audits. Most of the time, we don't view them in a very friendly fashion. I think this is the most positive response to an audit I've ever seen. We need this audit, we need this information, and actually we're very appreciative of the fact that Ken is looking at this issue and talking to local governments and trying to find out where we are and what we need. So he has agreed to be available after the meeting or at a break or something to talk to. So Ken, would you raise your hand again just so people know who you are? And some of you may have locally seen him, out doing the work. But the field work is finished, the report writing is happening, and I know I've shared some information with him, and others certainly have. So just wanted you to know that's going on, and give you a chance to have a chat if you want to. So I'll stop there unless you have something for me.
Question on the transparency website, is that information available to anyone who?
Yes. It's on the website. It's on the state of Montana website. Right on the front page where you see the governor's picture, next from it, it talks about transparency, and you can go in there and drill down a little bit and find those reports.
And I suppose a train with this kind of quantity would be a pretty obvious thing when going down the highway. But on the other hand, are there any concerns related to sabotage, potential environmental risk?
I can say that those discussions have occurred. Mostly, I'd say in those discussions, we said, like you just did, anybody seen them can see those, read the placards on them, see what they are. The reports do not have exact schedules. They're talking about this is how many in a time frame we'll go through. There's nothing about schedules. And anybody sitting by the railroad track can see when things go by. And so that's part of the determination to make them available. The idea is that first responders do need to know, and how many of those might be coming in, how big are they, that type of thing. So that's why those reports are transparent. Anything else on that issue? Okay, I'll move on to the next one, and that's me also. Tier 2 reporting and LEPC requirements. Tier 2 reporting is a report that has to come to the SERC under federal law. It's under the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. I've talked to the SERC about this before, and we voted a while back to go electronic with these forms. And that was the time in which we adopted a system called E-Plan. It was developed by Homeland Security and the EPA. It's housed at the University of Texas at Dallas. And it's essentially an internet-based reporting where all of the companies that have hazardous chemicals report that and meet the thresholds for which they have to report. Enter their reports into that system, and then first responders can get a login and access that information on the fly as a management issue, whatever. What's in there is the chemicals are listed, the emergency contacts for that facility, maps are attached to show where those chemicals are stored so that first responders know what they're walking into and where things are. It can be used for planning purposes. The simplest example I can give about that is you call up your reports for your county, and let's just say the number's 68 for your county. You may say, wow, I had no idea I had that many. I better go see them from a planning viewpoint, see what's going on. Or you might say, wait a minute, I had twice that many. Where are they? They're not reporting. And so just that basic piece of information can help in a planning sense and in a safety sense. Other things are, they can be mapped. They're mapped on Google Maps, and they can be one view that you can see is where schools and hospitals are, and so you can see what's nearby. If a fire, big grass fire is moving in, you can use that map to say, oh, what's in the way? I mean, there are a lot of ways you can use this information. Additionally, the EPA in this requirement offers up what they call a Cameo software. It's a system of software with mapping, and I know the National Weather Service uses their modeling capabilities a lot. It's a desktop kind of software, so you can download it to your desk, bring the information in from ePlan electronically, and use that for modeling and all, and do whatever your office. All of that range, training for that kind of thing, training, both we for doing a lot of that myself because it's new. We've had just 2 years reporting. I checked it this morning. There are 2,330 facilities in the system today. And so that's how many facilities have reported. I didn't count the chemicals, but there are a lot of hazardous chemicals out there in our environment and in our business and out across the state. And first responders can see that, and that was a really critical piece of us. Still some discussion going on about access to that information. And that brings me to the LEPC requirements piece of this item in the agenda. In the federal regulation, federal law, do the public know that they have how to get it? And I don't know how well our LEPCs are doing with that. They're supposed to do that. There is certainly a lot of mixed feeling out there about whether this information should be visible to people from security viewpoints, terrorism viewpoints. But it is the emergency planning and community nearby something with chemicals, you have a right. And so locally, your fire departments or your DES, your LEPC office, if you have one, could be asked for those reports, and you have to provide. And so that's the requirement. I wanted to make sure people knew that. I think there is a lot of room for discussion on this issue in Montana. So that out there that I'm still in the process of educating the first responder communities. I've been doing it by DES district. I've met with 4 of the districts, and I've been asked to come back to some of them. So I still have to pick up 2 sometime this year and come to meetings, LEPC. It is my bet that locally designates your community, whether it's the head of your DES or an LEPC chair or somebody, first responders in your, I these folks. And so I don't want that should not have it as a responder. And I'll explain something that I noticed, a name waiting on the list, advice for access. And I contacted the county and I said, there's a name on the list. It doesn't look right to me, like they've selected a name that doesn't approve. At the same time, I had sent a note to the individual because their email was in there, and I said, you've selected the wrong person. Please do it correctly. And it turned out that this individual, everybody did everything right, by the way. When I contacted Greg Spear in Phillips County, he talked to the sheriff. None of them knew who this person was. We worked with, I would come to justice about what did this mean and where was this E-plan. Found the, the URL, tracked it down. It was from an island off the east coast of Africa. No idea who was trying to hack it. They didn't get access. Wanted it. So we stopped it. So there's a reason to know who has access. There's a reason to know, what's in there and how it should be used. So on the one hand, there's the community right to know, and on the other hand, there's a possible terrorism or law enforcement or whatever issue. And I know that's out there. I know you're good for chemicals as well. It's out there, but nevertheless, there are duties we have to move forward with. So I'm just saying that's the current state where we are. In Montana, we have 113 people with current access to E-plan. That should be a higher number. Every local entity ought to have some access to it and be able to use these reports the way they want to and need to. Some of those of that number are state agency personnel, and there is reason. The Department of Justice has access. A few people at DEQ, Department of Health, and we have some health officers who have it. They need to know if there's a chemical leak somewhere. What are they dealing with? So Delilah, Bruno made sure that the health officers had some information information about that. So it's a mix of people, but it's probably not enough of the first responder community. I encourage you to take a look, and I'd be happy to show some people how that works. So that's the tier 2 reporting issue as it stands today. Facilities, yes.
And is that contact list, yes, who gets on and off? Is that?
I log in to
You
the
do it up
system
here?
and I can see who is off. I would authorize you, you would authorize your staff, and you can see the list of who has authority. So if you have a staff change, you might want to contact ePlan or have me do it and say, would you remove this name? They don't work for us anymore. See, that's where I can't know that, and I would really like that local control of who they allow into the system. Because we do a lot of mutual aid in Montana, I have not been limiting people just to their county. We can do that. I've been giving them statewide access. You may not agree with me on that, and locally you might say, okay, I'm approving my people, but I want them to just have my county. It's either your county or it's the state, and so I've been allowing statewide access.
And the contact in the individual counties right now, is that through the LEPCs or who?
Most of it's been whoever's the head of your DES.
Yes, the coordinator.
Yes, the coordinators. But local fire departments are probably who need this, and we do have some. Patrick, can you explain how you're doing it in your county? Your county jumped right on. And how you maybe use it, I'm putting you on the spot, but Patrick jumped in immediately and got access.
We pretty much offered access to everybody in the LAPC, and for the most part, I think it was just the fire departments, maybe a couple of law enforcement agencies and the health departments that have requested access into the system. And we've got a couple of ministers and hazmat team leaders and have people, and myself, and I don't know how many, we maybe have a dozen, 15 users total in the county. But most people, truthfully, you know, they'd rather be a couple key people they can go to and look it up, because like a lot of things, somebody can be programmed and this and that, and most of the responders, I think, had their discretion. I'd rather call back the hazmat team, I'd rather call back to the emergency management duty officer and have them look it up for me and them try and do it themselves on an instead. We might, our dispatch might actually have access into it too, I'm not sure. They pretty much offered it up, and those that expressed interest, we haven't had at it.
Brad?
But if there's only like 130 and some of them are state personnel, do we need to do an education program out there to the LAPC, let them know? I don't know how you knew, Patrick, I assume you know everything based on the fact that you're connected here, you know, and stuff. So I think there's a lot of jurisdictions out there that may not even be aware of it. So
That's true. That's why I was trying to go through your through DES districts, because it brings people together and then they can take it home. That may not be enough, and it certainly isn't finished.
okay.
And that's probably right, I think I got on there right after that presentation we did a year ago.
A year ago, yes.
And it's been the same way, it's been, you know, pretty much through the fire departments where I talked to, I never, I guess carried on talking, like, because we got new DES coordinator at home and everything like that, we got, spread the word, and I think that's,
You do need an educational
that
access.
contact person and keep that chain of command.
So maybe we can get a paper from you again, you know, on how to sign in and stuff, we'll send it out to the DES coordinators. Should we send it to Mako also, do you think?
But that's, so that would be a great conversation piece as this all steps up.
Okay,
You
so
bet.
we'll also send it to the city and towns, the related city and towns also.
Certainly. And I'm happy to come help train and okay. What I do when I do the trainings is I literally log on. I have to have, you know, the computer access, and I log onto the system and I show you how it works. And so you can see exactly and ask questions. Well, can you show me this? Can you show me that? That seems to be working. And anyway, we can move forward with that. Okay, anything else on that issue? Questions? Yes?
At the local fire department level, there's probably nobody that's better connected than FSPS. If we can play a role, please let us know.
Be happy to join with you on that. You bet. Thank you.
Do you want to take a break?
Shall we? Take a little break, take a 10-minute or so, and then lunch may be delivered on around the 11:30 issue. We'll get that set up, and then we'll, you know, we'll, like I said, take a break, grab lunch, get back to the table, and not block the camera and all that, and move forward. But we'll take a. How about we come back at 20 after? Let's make it 20 after. We'll pick up the next items. Thank you. That one is.
Want to make sure mine follows
Oh, does it? This one. Yes, ma'am. Did? Send it to you. If they have access, it's your land. Let's get it out there. We do this. And you can authorize. You can go see. Yeah. And our, yeah, and so our folks do it to their activism, I see it.
Some big deal, some why we wouldn't have our own.
How's it going?
I was wondering about some of the sound of it, and I hope that it worked okay. Because most people back there
Older ones.
Amazing. I'll just try to
You could be just, I mean, it'll be spectacle for me.
Want to? Okay, so. Coordinators, and then they asked me to come back today and share with the rest of you just what Dawson County did and how we responded. Some of the things that turned out good, some of the things turned out good. I think anytime that we have a real life event or an exercise, we always learn something. If we don't, it's time to get out of the business because we already know it all, right? So, January 17th, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I got the first phone call. And it came from my county sanitarian, and he said, there's a possible oil release on the river. And I said, what do you mean possible? And he says, well, we don't know. He said, Bridger Pipeline called me and told us that they had lost pressure in a pipeline. The pipeline that they lost pressure in was a 12-inch pipeline. Their controls are in Casper, Wyoming. This was about 5 miles south of Glendive, where the pipeline showed pressure release out of. So we didn't know if it was an equipment malfunction. We didn't know if oil had actually gone into our frozen river, or if it was maybe underground somewhere and not near the river. So there were a lot of things unknown. And at the time, I thought, okay, this could be a problem, but what are we going to do about it? We have 24 to 30 inches of ice on our river, pretty chilly. We all know from science class years ago that oil stays on the top. So I'm thinking there's water, oil, ice, okay? Well, Bridger Pipeline put an airplane in the air the very same day
that they detected this, and they couldn't see anything from the air. I mean, there's a lot of ice on the river. It wasn't, nothing was there to see other than a frozen river. So I went ahead with my notifications, and I called state DES and said, you know, we have this potential of an oil release. I'm not sure what it is, not sure if it even happened. I notified my field officer, Jeff Gates, my county commissioners, the city fire chief, the West Glendive fire chief, the mayor of Glendive, the city water plant, and Glendive PD. Glendive's water supply comes from the Yellowstone River. So that provides water in the city limits for about 4,500 people. So at the same time I was making all of these calls, I started getting calls. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, just letting me know that they had heard this same thing and what did I know about it. So I was on the phone quite a bit that afternoon, and I still didn't have a whole lot of concern because I didn't know what we were going to do with it. And I guess if you don't have to stress over something yet, don't do it, right? So, assessing the situation, like I said, oil is likely to remain close to the top of the surface. The intake for the city water plant is 14 foot below the river's surface. So I'm thinking we aren't going to have an issue with our water. There was really no open water downstream from us that livestock would be watering out of, so I really wasn't too concerned about my farmers or ranchers. Nobody's going to be irrigating that time of year. So I'm actually thinking, okay, the risk with this is pretty low because what's going to happen? So the day went on, and Sunday morning the sun rose, and it was confirmed that possibly up to 300 barrels of oil had gone into the Yellowstone River. So it heightened my awareness a little bit, and I started making all my phone calls again, telling all my chief elected officials, everybody that seemed to care, that I thought needed to be in the know, just to let them know what had happened. And I got some phone calls that people were on their way to Glendive, EPA, DEQ, Ranger Pipeline folks from Casper, Wyoming, were on their way, the SWAT team was on their way to Glendive. After I made all my phone calls and started getting these phone calls, I called the Bridger Pipeline environmental specialist, and I said, we need some kind of press release. And he says, I'm working on it. I'm on it. He said, I'll have it out within the hour. And I dropped the ball right then and there because I did not make sure that he had local media contact. So when he released this press release, he released it to the governor. The governor's office released it to the Billings Gazette. The Billings Gazette is online, and it hit Glendive like fire. So now the whole community is catching word that there's this oil release, and nobody locally told them. First lesson learned, okay? So the current situation where we're at now is the water plant's still monitoring for signs of contamination. On the weekends, the water plant only pumps from 7 in the morning until 12 noon. So Saturday, when the release was noted, they were already done pumping. So Sunday, before they turned their pumps on, they did water tests just that they could do right there in their facility. And it detected nothing, okay? So they went ahead and turned their pumps on. All these organizations were en route to Glendive. And so the day kind of just played out as a lot of phone calls, me calling people, them calling me back. What are we going to do? What, whatever. And still, I didn't have a huge concern yet. I was just thinking, what are we going to do with it? Because we've still got ice on the river. It's not going to get in our water system. Well, About 20 after 4 on Sunday afternoon, the police department called me that they had a phone call from a city resident that said her water tasted like diesel fuel. Well, about that time, social media blew up. Now, Facebook can be fun, and it can be good for you, but it can also be damaging, and it was pretty damaging for us. I really got thrown under the bus big time. And I kind of, hindsight, what would you do different? A lot. Would do a lot different, but that's hindsight. So social media blows up. Well, now, we're all pretty normal people in this room, and Glendale really has some really normal people too. And if your water smells bad and tastes bad, we wouldn't drink it, would we? So all these questions started coming in. Should we drink it? Can we drink the water? Can we cook with it? Can we bathe in it? We had people calling us and telling us that when they turned their faucet on, black water came out. At this point, I'm still thinking, okay, these are the naysayers, these are the whiners, these are the people that always complain and never have a solution, so they're just kind of exploiting it a little bit. Social media just runs rampant. We have 3 or 4 very social sites on Facebook for the community, and all of them were just plugged up with this whole mess, okay? So I called Jeff Gates, my district field officer, and he was on his way to Glenda. And I said, where you at, buddy? And he said, oh, I'm still about 20 minutes out. I said, where you going when you get here? I was going to check into my motel. Why don't you detour to my office? So we met out at my office. Kevin Penny, our sanitarian, was there. I called in one of my commissioners, and then we had a conference call with Montana DQ, the governor's office, and state VS. And we just discussed the situation, the event recap, local media. We requested a release to local media. And I think we all learned something pretty big here. I certainly appreciate and I can understand DQ's side of this. They did not want us to issue anything about our drinking water until the water had been tested. Okay? Well, we don't have a lab in Glendale. And if you remember right, we're still on Sunday afternoon. Monday's a holiday. Okay? So we knew it was going to be 24 hours before we'd ever get a water sample back. And yet our town's blowing up. And it was not a good deal. So, little PIO from DQ said, let me talk to my water specialist, see what they say. So she emailed me back a little bit later and she said, no, we strongly suggest you don't issue anything about the water until the water's tested. Well, I think with Bob being there and showing up shortly after that and the way it was handled, I think hindsight, we would have issued something. Just because we had people really, really in an uproar. And I can appreciate it, you don't want to drink the water because it tested like this. But like I said, common sense would say, don't drink the water if it smells bad, tastes bad, So we lost some communication there. I actually lost a lot of credibility in my community that day. I was born and raised in Glendale. I've been there all my life, and I know 3/4 of the people there. And thank God I know as many people as I do because they know me and they know my background and they know that I'm only human and I can make a mistake. But the newcomers and the younger generation there, I lost a lot with them that day, and I don't know what it's going to take to gain that back. I'm working on it slowly. I'm getting there, but by not telling my people what was going on, it was kind of like I was hiding something, or maybe not letting it be as big a deal as what it now is turning out to be. So everyone arrives. In Glendale, we're still at the Emergency Operations Center. We never really did activate our EOC. We just made it operational. And And the reason I say it like that is there was not a lot of local response to this incident. Bridger Pipeline came in, DEQ came in, EPA came in, SWAT teams came in. We didn't really have any feet on the ground. So we used our emergency operations center just as an operations center. We didn't activate it with all our local responders. That evening, January 18th, we developed an incident action plan, water sampling plan for Monday morning, and the reports of water contamination continue to be reported. My mother lives in a retirement home that's about 4 blocks from my office. So shortly after we met at this time, I took a clean bottle of water and I went over to her apartment and I dumped my clean bottle of water into her big drinking glass thing that she always has by her side. And I turned on her tap and filled my bottle of water with her tap water. Smelled it, and it was definitely at a kitchen. So I took my bottle of contaminated water back to the EOC and kind of shared that with everyone. And then it was really, yeah, we got a problem. It wasn't just the hearsay from social media anymore. So this picture here is Paul, his name's Bernard. He's with the EPA. And this poor gentleman scratched his head for about 8 hours. Just how can this happen? The water intake's 14 foot below the surface. How's it possible? It's cold out there. The oil's going to stay on the top. How can it happen? Well, it did happen. And I think we figured out kind of, and Bob maybe can enlighten you a little more on this. When the water plant started up Sunday morning after they took their samples and everything was clear when they started up, it kind of whoosh back flushed and kind of stirred up what was on top and sucked it in. And so that's how the contamination, in a short way, my way of explaining it to you, that's how the contamination did get into the water. So we're already into this. It is midnight or very early morning on Monday, January 19th, and our first local press release went out. And that was way too long, way too long. I let my people down big time, And I don't know, and maybe somebody that has more experience than me can tell me, when would have been the right time to let them know? Should I have told them on Saturday when I got the first word? Should I have told them Sunday morning when it was confirmed that it was in the water? I don't know. But I am open for suggestions if anyone can tell me the right answer.
Do you have a PIO now, or?
Well, we're getting to that.
When you want to talk about that, I will, because it's lessons that we learned. You have to be on it. You have to be on social media before they are. And if you're not, you're behind the 8 ball. We have, when we have incidences, we have a PIO who's on social media right away, but we also have community members who are not technically associated with the department, but they are kind of watchdogs on social media. So if something starts to move on social media, they'll refocus the conversation to allow that conversation to go in the right direction and get the right information out there. But 15 minutes into this incident, you were behind the 8 ball. Literally. I mean, it's not a 24-hour cycle anymore. If you're not even out there saying this is what we know, even if we're not sure what's happening yet, but this is what we know, it's what you have to do, because otherwise they'll eat you alive.
And they did. So what went wrong? Communication. My communication with my public, my people, my community. I dropped it. We lost it right there. No designated PIO for Dawson County. Kathy gets the minutes from our LAQC meetings every month. And every month, that's on our agenda. Let's get a PIO for Dawson County. And until you need one, it's not a big deal that you don't have one. Well, we have interviewed 2 now, and we are putting 2 PIOs on our payroll just as soon as we get that cut and dried. What went wrong? Intimidated, maybe. I put that in there when I did the first presentation, and Jeff Gates said, no, we weren't really intimidated. I think I was always taught to respect your elders and maybe more official people than what you are. And I thought everybody knew what they were doing when they came in, and DQ suggested, no, don't put out that press release. And I agree with this gentleman, that press release should have went out before DQ even got in a vehicle to drive to Glendale. So that's what went wrong. What went right? We didn't lose any lives. I think after we got up and going and whatnot, our coordination out of our emergency operations center went very smoothly. The cooperation of responders. If there's any pipeline in your community that breaches, I hope it's Bridger, because they were absolutely fantastic people to work with. They bent over backwards to do whatever they could. Their CEO of their company came in and said, it's our pipeline, it's our oil, it's our responsibility, and we will clean it up. And they have been there, they've done it. They've been fantastic people to work with. And the cooperation with DEQ and EPA and everybody that came in, I mean, that's a trying time. You pull those people away from their families and their home lives and their real job, you know, their office jobs or whatever for 8-day stints at a time, and they go almost around the clock. It's not just 8 to 5 and I'll go back to my hotel. I mean, they put a lot into it. So I think the big lesson that I learned out of it, and it's been preached to me since the day I took this job, is all incidents begin and end at the local level, and they do. I mean, so very, very, very thankful for the outside help that came in to help us through this. But just like you said, it's on the local level, and we've got to let our people know what's going on. And it's still happening. Before I arrived here this morning, I had a report from the city water plant that there's an oil sheen on the water in Glendale. However, it's raining pretty hard in Glendale right now, and I'm hoping that what they're going to find is that maybe it's just kind of washing down off the banks of the river a little bit. When the ice went out, of course, there was oil on the bottom of the ice, and it was pushed up onto the bank. So that's all melted now, but the oil sheen or whatever is probably still there. So I have some people checking it to see if it's recoverable. We did shut down our water plant, so we're still kind of dealing with some things every now and then. Every jurisdiction should have a trained PIO. Social media can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And just like the gentleman said, you really need to get on top of it. It was really hard for me to not want to not reply back to some of the comments that were made. I mean, I live a mile south of town, so I am not on city water. And one comment was, Mary Jo doesn't care because she has her own water well. Well, if I didn't care, I wouldn't have been there for 20 hours a day for the first week. I do care. And that, that kind of stuff bothers me a little bit, but you have to get tougher skin, I guess. Sleep, it really is not overrated. When you find yourself in an incident like this, when you get relief for a couple hours, take a nap, because it can catch up with you pretty fast. There were probably the first 4 or 5 days, I don't think I got more than 4.5 hours of sleep consecutively, and I'm one of these people that like my 7-8 hours a night. So thank yous goes out to Jeff Gates. He was super. He came that Sunday afternoon and stayed pretty much that full entire week with us. Jeff was very professional about that. He did not come in and step on my toes or take over my duties. He was there to make suggestions and to back up ideas and whatnot of things that we did. He did help coordinate some water and whatnot once we got water coming in. Montana State DS was there. Thank you. I got a lot of phone calls from them throughout the first couple of weeks, just seeing how things were going. Our Dawson County Sanitarian was wonderful. He was there every step of the way. His administrator, Chrissy Hawley. We had one city council member, Rhett Kuhn, that was beside us all the way. He had a vested interest in the water plant and had some real concerns about it and was there to help find the solutions. Health department was a huge asset to us when we finally started bringing water in. We brought our first couple truckloads of water in on Monday night, and then we started dispensing it. And the county health department pretty much took over that point of distribution. And after the whole incident was over, their emergency preparedness person at the county health department had to write like a little after action report on it and send it to whoever her powers to be are. And they actually took it to a health preparedness summit in, I think it was Atlanta. And it went over so very well there that they're actually taking that whole incident scenario to Congress to show how public health dollars can be spent and used in an emergency response. So they did a really fantastic job with the water distribution. Bud Peterson from Custer County DES was a big asset, as was Richland County. All the DES coordinators statewide that emailed me or called me or felt sorry for me or thought of me, thank you. And last but not least, my family. They were put on hold for a solid week, and we're pretty close family. And so it was hard. It was hard on all of us, but they were very understanding of it and kind of picked up the slack when I wasn't there to do it. So I have a couple pictures. You can see our water distribution sign. The Department of Transportation was a great help to us. They actually transported a lot of the water. Water went out of our grocery stores. We only have 2 grocery stores in town. So the water just disappeared, the bottled water, fast. That Sunday afternoon it started going. It was gone by Monday morning. So we got some water rounded up from neighboring communities, Miles City primarily, their grocery stores, and Walmart, that type of thing. And we had that Rep Kuhn I mentioned. He has kind of a construction company, and his crew went up and hauled water back to us for that first Monday. And then the next day we worked with Tam here at State DES, and she coordinated a lot of water, and that was transported to us through DOT. So you can see the pictures of the water. Bridger Pipeline bought over $80,000 worth of water for our community. And we used quite a lot of it. We still have quite a lot of it left. I couldn't believe that I got all the way to Helena and had to buy water when I had pallets of it sitting in my shop at home, but that just happens. We had a lot of public meetings, and DQ, EPA, these people were super attending these public meetings. They didn't have to do that. They did that to help our public understand what was going on, what the plan of action was. They were very good. They attended several public meetings. The governor came to town a couple times. After about day 3, I believe it was, we got a portable lab that came in, and they set up this lab, and it was housed in our ambulance building downtown about 2 blocks from the city water department. And we kept it there, oh gosh, maybe you have the exact dates, Bob, but I would say probably 5 weeks, maybe?
Long time.
Yeah, a long time. And then here's just some of the operation pictures. And Bob, I think, has quite a few more pictures. And this is just some coordination pictures. That's in their emergency operations center, and then again out on the shoreline where they were looking at different things. So I'm glad it's over with. It turned out to be a way bigger deal than I ever imagined that into, but a lot of lessons learned, and I don't know, we'll do it better next time.
So it was crude oil and not finished product? Or what was it?
It was raw sweet crude.
So once all the city infrastructure pipes and the household pipes are all contaminated, is there a process to decontaminate that, or is it just a flushing deal? Or?
It was a flushing deal. A lot of people replace filters like on their water systems if they had ROs or whatever. Those filters and stuff had to be lives. Our restaurants in town are very understanding of the situation, because we had to have them shut down their coffee makers and their pop machines where water is mixed with, the syrup, whatever. So when you think about the huge picture of it, it was a big deal. The convenience stores, the motels, the school, everything. We have a prison there. We catered very well to the prison simply because if those inmates realize that they don't have water and don't have water to drink, that would just be one cause for a riot. And that was a very huge concern at the prison. So we catered to them and got them water just as fast as we could, just to ward off other problems from it. But yeah, there is a flushing system, and it wasn't gonna ruin water heaters and stuff like that, but people did change out a lot of filters.
What's the storage capacity? So say they shut down the intake, how long can they function for? Can I answer that question?
Well, the intake was shut down at 12 noon that day, that Sunday, and the first detection of water was at 4:20.
No, I guess what I'm saying is that, if say the water plant stops working, how much storage do they have? Do you have
I know what you're
a
saying,
days
and
or
I
2
honestly,
days or 5 days or a week or?
2 days. 2 days,
2
and the
days.
problem was fire service pressure. So you
Right.
couldn't get the full 2 days. So we were planning on a day and a half of capacity. So when that capacity is compromised by Saturday and Sunday to make water, the system had to be flushed and tested, the capacity on hand. Fire service is huge of maintaining some water, even if it was contaminated, with the do not drink.
Hey, let me add to Mary Jo here, because she wears her heart on her sleeve. I've heard this briefing for the second time. But what the story is here, and I think it's really important with the commissioner here, I had the opportunity to go to the League of City and Towns and talk to them about emergency management. And I had the PIO from Helena City Government. And we asked the mayor of Glendive if he would talk this story to the mayors and the city managers there. He accepts the responsibility, and ultimately it is his responsibility. He's the chief elected official, as you're the chief elected official of your county. It's not Mary Jo. At the end of the day, it's the chief elected official. The number of individuals that after he talked, that came up and talked to us and says, how do we get a PIO? That's the message here, is that every jurisdiction should have, and what you're talking about, Tom, but a PIO and an active process in this. And it is not the DS coordinator's ultimate responsibility, it's the chief elected official. Because they're the ones that are elected. And I'm not just saying this, I'm saying what the mayor said. He dealt with it for quite a while. He had the great opportunity 2 days into it to be interviewed by Rachel Maddock. And you probably know Rachel, and she's tough. He did a nice job. He did a nice job explaining what took place there, because what the other scene was going on there is the Keystone Pipeline and the national debate in respect to that. And when he was trying to be pulled into that conversation on TV was that he stayed away from that and just talked about his local community. But that is the thing that we're trying to get the message out here, is that public information is job number one by the elected officials. They need to get out into their communities and make sure they got that message across there, because ultimately, as what Mary Jo's facing, is the community is upset, but the mayor accepts the responsibility. And Mary Jo just tells the story. She feels bad because those are her friends, but so that's what I thought I'd share with you before Bob came up, is that we're trying to share. And Marshall in the last year has provided 2 PIO training, and probably we'll be looking at the next year trying to do the same thing. But we really need to get to elected officials rather than continually talking to DS coordinators, because jurisdictions don't necessarily have the money. So there's different ways that you can tackle that, and through volunteers or some other individual who wants to get the training. So thanks, Mary Jo, for what you did.
Thank you.
One comment I would just throw out there is that, I think we have our state all hazardous management teams developing, and all of those teams have PIO systems. And I think tying those county folks together with those, because, you could have called up and just said, hey, I just need help with PIO. 2 or 3 people could have been en route just to help you, or actually they can work, I mean, a lot of them can work from wherever they are. I mean, we've done some of our PIO stuff. We'll have 2 or 3 PIOs working on incidents that we've been on, and, one will be in Bozeman and one will be in Red Lodge, and, one will be someplace else, and they just communicate by the phone, and then they can run social media and all that kind of stuff from wherever they are. So it's, we had to cancel one of those classes because we didn't get enough people signed up.
Exactly, yeah.
Anything else before Bob steps up?
Just real quick, this pipeline, I'm assuming you knew where it crossed the Yellowstone River.
Yes.
How far above the water intake is that?
About 5 miles.
About 5. I mean, that's looking back, you probably would never do it, but because of that, and not knowing what it was, would you suggest turning on that pump 71, suck that stuff in there without knowing what was underneath there yet? If you had this a day and a half of water supply or whatever, you turn it on. That's even 14 feet.
That's a great question, and what took place here is our city public works gentleman was recently diagnosed with bone cancer and has had to have his leg amputated. And he was in Mayo receiving treatment. So we were on the phone with him, and of course his instructions were test the water before you turn it on. So they tested to the best of their capability. And again, our water intake's 14 foot below, we all know oil's on top. We all learned so much. Hopefully you've learned something just by me telling you what I've learned. But probably, we could have went that day without turning that pump on, but if that would have been turned on Monday morning, then we would have still thought the same thing. We couldn't see any oil anywhere. It was all under the ice.
And then too, it's I don't know how water tanks work or how they do it. If you put contaminated oil or diesel fuel in your water, you take the intake out toward the bottom of that tank. How does that stuff get down there and be 4 hours later mixed with a million gallons of water? How come that stuff doesn't stay on the surface?
Bob probably knows
we
more
can address
about that than I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was very interesting.
Thank you, Mary Jo.
Yes, you're right on that part. It doesn't really make sense.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Bob Hubbock. I work for DEQ. I've worked there for a long time. I do emergency response anyway, and what a great opportunity to help the AEC out as one of the incident commanders. So it's nice that Mary Jo went first, looking at the local perspective. She and I work arm in arm together, and I concur with everything she's saying. So you see a lot of repeats. But I'm going to give you the state perspective, right? So different picture. I got a lot of pictures too. I'm a real visual guy, so I'll have Bruce kind of flip through these and we'll get to my lessons learned statement there. There's 3 of us in DEQ that rotated incident commander positions. We were working 8 days, Friday to Friday, travel on a Saturday, Friday to Friday. We have a day of shadow there. I echo, certainly anybody who does incident response, you need your sleep, right? And 7 hours from Helena to Glendale. So you pack a lunch and you get a room. It's not something you do in a day. So I was very blessed that we have 3 capable people along with Bonnie. Us 4 were really the backbone of the incident command. And I'm very proud of our agency, which is a regulatory agency. We're not incident response. We've done this before. We've gotten really good. We're going to get better, but we're typically not. And so as I reflect on what we did, as we reflect, it'll show up. So again, there was the fog of war. Calls started coming in on Saturday. Where is it? 7 miles, 8 miles, 2 miles. No, it didn't hit the water. It hit the water. Communications is a funny thing. Well, did it hit the water or not? But it was on Saturday evening. Our state public water supply group did that downstream notifications. There may be water. You have an in-stream intake. Do your checks. Okay, talking to the plant. Smell, look, see. Starting Saturday, drinking water people were doing their checks. Nothing. They made water Saturday. Nothing. Nothing that you would think. So going back to your question, this is Bakken crude. This is not what we had on Exxon, which is a crude, sticky tar. There's oil. This is a volatile organic compound stuff where if you put it in a balloon, the balloon would expand from the VOCs. Put oil under ice where it can't evaporate, right, or eviscerate, it's dissolved into the water profile. So that VOCs could not go anywhere out into the air, so it dissolved. So think soda pop, if you got dissolved VOCs in the whole water profile, uniformly down through the column. Never seen this. The EPA guy who's an expert, Paul Bernard, said it's going to float on the top. This is typical. This is a very atypical situation of an oil spill. So notifications started happening on Saturday, Sunday. You've got Glendive with a public drinking water supply, which is a major one, and the only other one was down by city, not the municipal water, but it was with MDU. And those guys don't drink it, they use it for non-contact processing water. So we made our notifications. Nobody was smelling it as it was processing. In fact, I went in there Monday morning, 0600, you couldn't smell anything. From the raw water to the processed water to the clear well, nothing. Chlorine. Anyway, finding where that oil was a lot of, where was it? Did it hit the water? What's the movement? Saturday we started making notifications. Again, just looking at the pictures, this is kind of what happened. 1965 trenched pipe. They actually cofferdammed it, dug out a trench, and laid pipe across the river. Put some overburden back on it. It's lasted this long. 2014, 2013, big, rivers are dynamic, right? Morphology changes. So it was undercut. So take this pipe, it was undercut. You start putting some pressure on it, it cracked. And it cracked right in the middle of the stream. It wasn't up on a bank. We had oil in the soil where it would bleed out. It was in the channel. Okay, so we all arrived Sunday. I came in, Bonnie was busy doing her contacts with Bridger, and we launched with our director saying, Bob, just go. At that point, we were agency representatives. We knew we had to be on scene to help as we could. So I left about noon on Sunday. Bonnie's doing behind the scenes. As I arrived on Sunday, all this stuff was happening. 9 o'clock at night is by the time everybody assembled. So as anything you do your operational objectives. Responder safety and public safety obviously are always number one. My red text doesn't show up there. Protect the Glendive water treatment was quickly. Mary Jo informed us, I have a problem here. People are calling me, they smell water, oil in the water. That was an issue. Recover oil from the pipeline because they shut the valves off and it's still kind of bleeding into the water. We have to recover that oil. And certainly addressing the oil impact on the environment. So safety, obviously, but get 3 theaters of operations quickly. Drinking water, oil in the pipe, oil in the water. And very quickly with these people, we divvied up the pain, as it will. Bridger, get the oil out of the pipeline. So they brought in their contractors, they're sucking oil out of the pipeline. Not much you can do with oil in the water. There's ice, it's unsafe. You can do some monitoring, but it really was about drinking water and getting that public supply. And I'll echo what Mary Jo has said, is as she and others were reaching out, help us figure this out. Not everybody smelled water, diesel in their water, gas in their water, but enough. And what's interesting, as part of our lessons learned, we're a regulatory agency, right? We're not emergency responders. We do things with data. I give you a permit, I operate under laws, you make decisions based on science and defendability. DEQs always get thrown under the bus about, how did you make that decision? Well, here's our data. Here's our administrative process. Here's our law. We need to do a better job, and I was on the phone with Bonnie, with Bridger on Sunday morning. I said, and I quote, get your PIOs going. I'm with you. Be the best and first source of your own bad information. Be the first and best source of your own bad information. Start telling the story. And our agency needs to do a better job of saying, no, we don't have the data to recommend shutting the water plant down. But we do have enough to say we're taking steps to identify the problem, and we'll keep you informed. If your water doesn't smell good, contact your physician. There's things you can say. And as I'm learning more about drinking water, because our agency is really big and complex, DEQ doesn't have the authority to command someone to shut down drinking water. It's not under a permit. Although we have ultimate authority if something's negligent or something. Rather, we help counties maintain compliance. So, as all innocent commanders, I'm not the type of guy that leads with my authority and my responsibility. No, we all work for people. Let's get part of the solution. So part of our lessons learned are helping tell the story. How can we help? We do have an assistance function. Let us get technical experts. Let us help assemble. So So I think we did lose a day in messaging. And we need to do a better job of saying what we can do, what we can't do. You know, this is incident response. We're not used to doing that. Anyway, ABC alphabet soup, everyone's there. I'm sure I missed everyone, but when you put order to chaos, as Steve Connect and Bonnie were talking behind the scenes, I'm driving, ESF 10, oil and hazardous spills, was activated. I was thinking of an NFL coach with that red flag. You're it. DEQ's it. You are the lead state agency that will corral state agencies, speak with one voice. So that happened, and these were the part of my constituents, right? And there was a ton of people, of course, EPA and all their people came, and all the locals. That first night in Mary Jo's house, right, and her operations center, I think there was about 10 people. And it was brilliant with city commissioners, county commissioners, Mary Jo, sanitarians. The local response, I thought, was brilliant. People who made decisions, elected officials, were there. Jimison was there, the mayor, and then you had EPA, myself, and some Bridget. It was only about 10 people, but I was amazed about the interest of the people who were there. We quickly crafted a public strategy for the next day and a press release, but obviously these things get big, and you're always missing somebody. It's a lot of balls in the air from a state's perspective, from a state incident commander. I have to meet a lot of people's expectations. That's fine, that's what I do. But same with Mary Jo. I have a lot of people with expectations of a local DES coordinator, and she's putting a lot of balls in there. So we share that same frustration. Wow, that was pretty overwhelming. Okay. From a state perspective, not just DEQ, this is what we do. This is what we did. So there is an administrative process to finance, response, regulatory oversight, technical assistance. Of course, drinking water was our big focus. Air quality, if you think about those volatile organic compounds off-gassing, you could smell it in the ambient air. Bridger brought their air quality experts and a lot of gaseous analyzers and made a network very quickly about ambient air and VOCs. That was a big deal. We think about drinking water, but air quality was a concern. Whether it real or concern or not, but people could smell it. Is that going to hurt? Certainly the environmental impacts of oil in the bed and banks, fish and wildlife. The pace, the operational tempo is so hard, as you can imagine, though, before we sample. I need everyone agreeing how we sample. I need everyone agreeing about the data, how many digits past zero. Everything's got to be agreed on, because you don't just spend $1 million sampling and someone says, I don't like that data because you didn't use the blank method, right? So there's a lot of pace in sitting, just even establishing sampling plan and data handling. That's huge. In fact, one of the best things, I think Bonnie would agree, at DEQ, just our GIS and data handlers, I think, was the backbone of the response, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but you gather thousands of pieces of data and be transparent, post it on a website. It's like milk comes from the store. I just go to the store and I get my milk. I want data, I just click. I'm oversimplifying. There are tons of man hours in getting data on a clickable thing. Okay. Here is, I think, maybe night 3 at Mary Jo's Operations Center, as everybody with some interest in this in happened. So again, I think those operational objectives that we identified on that first hour pretty much stayed through the whole incident. I mean, it's pretty easy, safety, drinking water, the environment. But we wrote them sufficiently vague, and they were on point that we didn't have to keep revisiting our operational objectives. We did every day, but we didn't change them much. So anyway, tons of people in that room. Mary Jo was an excellent host. I sat in her office in some little chair. She welcomed us with open arms. It was our facility, and it was good. It was one less thing you didn't have to fight, right? She was very welcoming in that respect. Again,
For your incident command post, then, was there a Bridger pipeline representative?
yes. So the Unified Command is 3. EPA has federal authorities for Inland Water Act. There's a navigable stream. They're really the leader of the leaders. They came with Coast Guard and they come with contractors and they do this for a living. They're good. Bridger Pipeline is the responsible party who had insurance. Bonnie was good enough saying one of the first questions out of her mouth was, do you have insurance? Because that changes everything on how we're going to respond. The governor's office wanted to know that too. Yeah, we have insurance. Our pipeline, our bad, we'll do it. And then state DEQ, representing state interests. And then Mary Jo was the box off the side because we're in her county, right? And she was there every day as one of our clients. And I think Mary Jo, I think county commissioners, I think city, I think the public. So it was a 3-agency unified command. Interesting, with Exxon oil spill, the state pulled out because either the governor didn't think he was getting what he wanted. So a funny backstory was is Jeff Gates, he came in, he did very good facilitating, he's kind of a planning section chief. Everybody said, Bob, you're in the unified command? I first said, no, we're not. We're going to be an agency representative there every step of the way, but not part of unified command, because we didn't for Exxon. But when bullets flew down, we powwowed with the governor, my director says, no, we're part of it. We just have to be delicate with when you're working alongside a responsible party who caused damage. Am I your partner or am I your regulator? Well, I'm both. I learned a lot more about how to work cooperatively, but yet I'm still your boss. And a lot of times you metaphorically say, I'm putting my DEQ hat on. You have to do it this way. You're my partner, but then EPA would do that a lot of times too. Sorry, I'm putting my EPA hat on. We're not going to do it that way. So part of the lessons learned of how dynamic, this was an oil spill. It could be a rail car. I could be working with Burlington Northern or MRL in a different county commissioner system or a public health officer. Personalities of everything. And I think 2 instances of sour grapes and some personnel issues that were very minor, handled quickly through EPA and the federal system. Every other player were cooperative. They looked at the objectives, which is public safety and health. Everybody worked towards the goal. The responsible party was writing checks like, yep, don't let that be, an influence. Amazing about the relationships. Okay, this is again just, it's hard to see. This is the drinking water plant, iced over. The intake is 14 feet down right there. So that was an issue. This is the pump house, massive pumps that are sucking water out of the river. This is a shot of the clear well. Once it gets processed, there's holding tanks, there's clarification, there's additives. It's like refining fuel almost. Making water is amazing, especially when think of the Yellowstone River. It's silty, it's dark. They produce some of the best water around. And water softener, it's amazing. So we started putting in drinking water controls. This boom in a holding tank, that was actually after ice out, just to make sure there was no residual contamination. This isn't oil, this is just some scum there. But there was a system of booms, and then later, after ice out, a lot of this oil under the ice remobilized, right? More VOCs off gassing, and we had a spike in the drinking water after the ice went out. And so they developed this aeration system, think 1-inch pieces of PVC pipes that are capped with holes drilled through, with a clean air source, right? You're not pumping 2-cycle, 4-cycle oil in it, a clean pump. We just aerated it, right? We encourage that VOCs to off gas. It doesn't stick in the tank. It's not sticky. It seeks the air. So there's no residual scum or things where you have to clean inside the tanks. You don't have to clean the insides of your copper piping at home. It just off gases. It's like 7-Up bubbles. I'm not a chemist, but it was very clear that this is not sticky stuff that's got a residual film to it. Activated carbon. The city water engineer is a contract engineer out of Billings, and he was a smart guy, PhD chemist, brilliant guy, Stefan, H.D. Dow, amazing man, came over, and where they typically put activated carbon in the water to take the particulates out, to clarify it, he just like quadrupled the recipe. And he put a ton of that in, and that sucked the VOCs out. We first started getting reduced VOCs totally from what we had on hand, but you have to figure it out. It's an engineering kind of a feat. So as you put the powdered carbon, you make it into a liquid, you spit it into these holding tanks, and took out all the VOCs. And Mary Jo touched upon, as we were engineering and making sure the drinking water was clear, how do you put water to 5,000 people? And, oh yeah, there's a basketball tournament coming this weekend, and you want economic recovery, because we want to make them successful. Oh yeah, the hospital, the prison, elder care, schools. What these people did behind the scenes was pretty much amazing. This is the Epic Center. It's an old Safeway building, community center. You give your name, how many people in your household, thank you very much, go pick up your water. We'll even help carry it out. It was amazing what happened behind the scenes. And so I was there day one, just thanking people and seeing what I could do. And here's day one. Day one, there wasn't much water, but behind the scenes between MDT, DES, where everybody did the world came with water. That's the balance of water sitting in Mary Jo's operations center. Absolutely amazing. We wanted water on hand in case something went gunny again with that drinking water plant. So we had like 3 days of community water on hand, which was a good backup plan. Okay, sampling. So when DEQ brought out our technical specialists, here's a couple of our people we flew in. That's an EPA, one of the unified commanders. This is the drinking water plant. We brought in sampling. First day we had to fly samples to billing, so logistically that was slow until EPA got their mobile lab there. But you have to sample the water coming in, that's raw water. This is clean water after, this is what the public would taste. Lots of sampling. Then you got a triplicate sampling and send it to 3 different labs for the QA/QC, right? You can't just give it to one lab and say it's good. Again, that's the science of regulatory stuff. And so EPA's contractors, every day, they rode the circuit of tap sampling. Water in the river, water in the tap, raw water, people's homes if they had a concern, lots of public outreach, tons of data points. People's wells. We had to get a baseline sample because for sure someone's going to say, my well water is bad. Bridger said, I don't want to do that. I didn't put my DEQ hat on. You will, but let's make it easy. Let's get 10 wells that are shallow and close to the river, right? Canary wells. Baseline those. They're bad, then maybe. Chances are they weren't, right? So we did well water. That is, every day they took a sample out in the river, down 14 feet at the intake, and just processing these samples. Amazing. There's EPA's lab, as Mary Jo said. They have all the science, just amazing equipment that takes a lot of electricity, but it's all certified, balanced, as good as any lab. That's huge. I don't know, $12,000, $18,000 a day. Bridger said, yeah, we'll pay for it. Let's get it going. We've got to get drinking water back. Bridger bought the water plant more technology. This was the only piece of technology they had to measure outgoing samples to look for basic parameters. Didn't really include VOCs, just what the federal standards. This VOC thing really threw us off. Benzene was the principal constituent that was volatilized into the water. We bought something, or they did, Bridger did, $9,000 that gets you down to the nth digit and for more gases. Not bad. But here's the big boy here, $30,000 raw water, instantaneous. So as you suck water from the river, it goes through this machine, and at parts per million, it can say, you got benzene. Came in from Europe, first one I think in North America. The technical support cut came from London. Every European communities have to have these because probably their rivers have more population based on it and whatnot. But amazing, and it took a while for everyone to figure out how to use it. It's like a wood stove, right? You got to kind of mess with it before you get it to it doesn't smoke. Big deal. And it kind of tripped us up for a day on ice out. So, but it's there, it's working. It's kind of a legacy piece that Glendive always have is some early warning systems of water intake, right? And that new piece of technology for water outtake. My public water supply people say if there's any penalties, I want a suitcase, and they have some things, of one of these. Because what if any other town on a river got contaminated with oil? Let's bring the suitcase and we can monitor and sample right there with quality data instead of this lab issue. That's a hard thing to make conclusions on things without data. You tell people what you're doing, right? Okay, air quality monitoring, just one slide. Again, it's all these gaseous constituents. Obviously, it's not a particulate, it's gaseous, so they have gaseous analyzers measuring for these things. There was some smell on some days, but it wasn't pervasive, right? And then when we had off-icing, we had widths of more air quality. After they took home all the air quality samplers, that day I flew, when ice off came, someone smelled it. Bridger says, order it back. Let's get that whole network out there again, so we don't want it, we're erring on public health. Okay, so the break site, going down here, here's the break site. This is just an aerial view. There's Glendive. So, you know, yeah, it's 5 or 7 miles there. This is the break site. Who knows if this confluence around the island helped, you know, undermine it. But that's, again, this is when ice is still on. And this is what you would see. Under the pipe, it would well up. So there was oil trapped in the ice at the break site down 400 yards, maybe to a half mile. Then you just really couldn't see it necessarily. We knew the theater of operations of massive cleanup would be here. Okay, so again, you could go out there and what could you do? You could put some boom on the ice with those jet boats, but responder safety is number one. You don't put people out on, if you can fall through the ice. Some days you just sat and looked at it. Some days you went out and aggressively got it. You never get as much oil back as you'd like. They got these big sucker trucks, right, that come with there with hoses, just vacuum trucks, or you do shoreline recovery along the side. And it would literally, you got one guy out there tethered, 3 guys, making sure that he doesn't fall in the ice. He has a squeegee and a vacuum, and you suck those pools. And they're not deep pools, they're thin, but black oil on white ice makes it look like a catastrophe. But really, you scoop it up, you've got like a cup of oil. So you're getting oil, but it wasn't much. And again, you could cut slots in the ice at strategic locations where the current would pull into a cut bank. You could put boom out there. You try your best, but then during ice conditions and weather, it was hit or miss. But they tried. Again, shoreline recovery, if you could find it. And here comes the river breakup. And this is what was nice listening to Mary Jo. She, people that live on the river know the river, right? And so the ice started breaking up. This is at the break site again. In fact, that is right over the top of where they pulled out. That was the break. I know, because I remember this. You'll see that is where the break site was. So came up, got trapped in the ice, predominantly where the break was. And so here comes these big pallets of ice. It's just amazing to see as it goes out, right? Some of these ice islands had oil under them, some of them didn't. Hit or miss, right? And so you monitor where these ices are. A lot of it's dirty with just dirt and whatnot, but some you can see had oil in it. And you can see there's little splotches of oil on some are clean, but you can see these little splotches. I'm always curious to see what it looks like underneath. That's just what you saw on top. In about a week, the ice was gone. And what I didn't realize about rivers is then the river level goes down to its lowest spot. You get these shoals in the shoreline. It's low water. I've been thinking pre-flood season where it'd be big water, but it's low water. So what happened to those ice chunks? They get marooned on the side of the bank. And so as soon as you could get on the river with a boat, the key was looking for these ice chunks. And they were deposited on shoals and shorelines. Exxon was a weird oil spill, and that was flooding, and it overbanked. And so where did the oil go? Private property. Oh my, that just expounds your comp claims and your reaction. This stayed within the bed in the bank. Who owns the bed in the bank? DNRC. Right, the people. It stayed within our lands. And so a lot of this was, okay, which chunks of ice have oil or not? Let's find it. And so you could see pretty clearly where the oil was. There's a little sheen here or there. You say you got clean ice mixed up with dirty ice. And there's Paul Bernard and EPA. Issue 2 was as you walk the bank, it's muddy, it's deep mud. If you find oil, you could really squish it in and not recover it. So you got to be delicate and cause no harm. A good theme of this whole EPA cleanup is the second we start causing more environmental harm than environmental good, right? The cure is worse than the disease. We're not doing well. A lot of the Exxon, you should have seen the roads that were cut and the environmental damage. I burned 1,000 gallons of diesel to clean up 1 gallon of diesel. Put that on a hydrocarbon calculation. Maybe you should just let it naturally attenuate. So lots of this was shoreline, the delicate shoreline assessment. Sampling in triplicates, and once that river opened up, everybody was sampling the sediment because oil can get into the sediment or the ambient water. And what's interesting, as these big blocks of ice would be pushed on the shoreline, you knew where to look. They would push the soil and melt in place. So here's a great example. There's Chris Gillespie, our DNRC rep from the Eastern Land Office. There's an example of an ice block melted out. It had oil. I could take my feet and I could scrap that and I could put that in a Ziploc bag. It's that thin. And once you cleaned it up, you knew you cleaned it up. It didn't really get to the profile. So cleanup was amazingly fairly easy. And what these guys did is they invented an app these guys, I mean, is bridgers, contractors. So on the telephone, a tablet, or your phone, however you can host an app, you can take a picture, there's oil. Long left on the phone, on the picture, I can say oil of this level of oiling, post. It goes to the cloud. So within not too many boats, they went from Glendive all the way down to this confluence, not the confluence, but this other area. And they could do shoreline assessment, and assign it a value. Green dots and blue dots are less oily, red dots are heavy. That's amazing because in Exxon Oil, you had thousands of people walking shorelines, walking and trompsing, and old GPSs say, this is the oil, here's my 35 millimeter camera, gotta get that film developed. Amazing, the less environmental impact than just finding where the oil is, right? So there'd be a signed dot of where they find oil, that way we come in, we know where to clean it up. Next. Okay, so we gotta get the old pipe out. They had a diver, just like you think of this old cast iron helmet, and they jump in, and they had oxy torches, and they had to snip that section of pipe off. That's evidence. Was it criminal? Was it liable? I mean, yeah, it's evidence, right? So they had to figure out and get that chunk of pipe out, so they spud it in, a diving barge. You guys were down there oxy torching off that section of break. They brought in a big crane, right, to get it up, swing it out, and put it down. A bunch of us were on the bank. Open and transparent process. The media was there, members of the public were there, and then we all got to come down and look at it. So even the federal PHMSA, which is the Pipeline Safety Commission DOT guy, came from Washington. Here's a local PHMSA guy. They were the first to touch it, but there's the break. You know, oh yeah, they cracked. They cracked good. And then you mark the flow of the oil. What was the top? It's interesting. I would have thought that the downstream would have been the biggest crack, but it really cracked on the top. And I can only think about how tension on a pipe. You know. And then the question is, did it break to that capacity? Volume of oil loss is huge for the penalty and for the environmental damage, right? A mass balance. How much oil really got out there? For all I know, it was a little baby crack, and then over time it got bigger crack, and then once they shut the oil off and the water sitting in it, maybe it kept cracking. So they're going to do more studies on the nature of the break. You hear things called a pig. They shove pigs. That's not an acronym too. They just call them pigs because if you put them down, they squeal. And you can put a rope on the tip of that, and you just squeegee the oil out. And so they kept putting pigs down. They got some pigs stuck, probably at the break site because it wasn't smooth. And finally, I got to see what a pig is. Or you can push nitrogen through, and you can push it through. Curious stuff. Then new directional drilling. So as they're trying to remove the old pipe, they're losing money every day. They were really pressuring the NRC and the land board to get the new directional drilling permit going. 40 feet under the ground. It's amazing the underground pipe they have. It's got different coatings. It's got the triple welds. It's just an amazing process. That was another distraction. So here's, I'm rounding off to the end here. So, you know, we still, the last EPA report still talks about, you know, a range of barrels of oil lost. But the last EPA report talking about oil recovery, you know, about 46% of oil was recovered. You know, look at all these gallons. And as EPA says, you rarely recover much oil, even if it was open water. It just goes. You know, you can boom it, you can suck it, but it goes. All right. So, strengths and weaknesses. Bonnie and I huddle a lot, and we start always reflecting. You know, we think we're objectives, but we need, as a DEP agency, to keep reflecting on our role. SERC, it's a flag. I think we did so well. Our management kind of stayed out of it. Tom Livers was there for an evening call, but you know, Bonnie was there. I was there. Here's the legislature, and all our managers need to be doing legislature. We were left alone to do our jobs, and it was great. But we need to keep reflecting on how that works. And we have our own DEQ emergency operation plan that Dave Mazer and everybody helps us with and connect, but we've got to get better. We do know public water supply systems. We give technical assistance. We need to articulate more what we can do, right? Data is everything, making it transparent. New and these working relationships with everyone you know. This is about oil and water and public health, but it's about working with people. And I'm constantly amazed just how that's the make or break it. Say, only 2 instances I know of where somebody was basically told no harshly, and it was not through us, it was through the feds. And here it is, accurate, timely information, right? Don't get behind the power curve. And then, we are a regulatory agency, so we do know the law and what we can or can't. Which is probably why we're ESF 10 lead agency, right? So here's our improvement. Bonnie and Steve Connect and everybody started working with the activation. As the first guy on scene, I was happy that everybody was welcoming and said, yeah, well, go ahead, take it. But I could go up to another area. I would hate to have to arm wrestle the regional FWP guy to say, hey, I'm here as the lead. No, you're not, I'm the lead. Okay, we have to go through that battle. So as an incident commander, yeah, give me that DEQ you're in, and I can hold up this email saying we are activated on this date, on this time. It was there. I just selfishly want a clear thing. Assisting local government, both with communications and technical support. I echo Mary Jo. You're asking us to shut down the plant. Well, we can't. And what data do you have? Okay, but let's tell Mary Jo what we can do. Let's craft something where we can go. We need to keep training. Who pays in internal stuff? And then there's that portable technology. Okay, so.
Did you use a liaison officer at all to corral the agencies that you were dealing with?
Luckily, there wasn't a liaison myself. If I was to dispatch again, bring my PIO. An automatic dispatch should be an instant commander's PIO. Because we lost that time to help message. So.
What was the highest reading of benzene?
I can't remember.
Is there any aftermath testing in public or anything like that?
The first grab sample that was taken on that Monday morning that got flown to the lab, that the data went to the federal CDC and the ADSDR, the ones that said, oh, that's the level of benzene. Okay, if you drink 70 gallons of it for 70 years, you're going to get cancer. It was not harmful to drink, although it was odoriferous. So don't drink it if you don't want to, but you're not going to die if you did. That was huge, getting that message. And I can't remember what the reading was. It was below the CDLs or the, what's that term?
MCLs.
MCLs. But it was high, right?
Okay, folks, I don't want to cut off questions too soon, but we're really at the end of our time frame. We want good discussion on these other issues this afternoon. So, are you staying with us?
No, I'm going to go.
Okay, but I can help with some. So if there are some questions, Mary Jo, are you staying?
Work, thanks.
Okay. Okay, you go. You've got a lot of driving to do. I'll help with what I can, and if you have follow-up questions, we'll get you answers. We'll capture those and get answers, okay? So, sorry about that, but we really spent a lot of time. It was a great presentation time, but let's move on, okay? Thank you. And what we're going to do is we're going to pick up the agenda where we left it off, and I'm going to insert Bruce's demonstration of SAM for a quick presentation on that we talked about this morning after item 5, the commodity flow, and then we're going to just move quickly through these things and then get onto those discussions that we want to have. So if we could pick up the agenda at item new business 4, number 3, the LEPC SERC committee, approval of active committees meeting reporting requirements. Kathy.
Okay, I'll try to be quick with this. The report that I have that's in your folder looks identical to last year's. Each year the SERC is asked to approve it's been sort of turned over to the locals to determine who their membership is and how they function, basically. Of course, there are certain requirements that need to be met, but the SERC still has the sort of oversight of these committees and needs to approve and know that we have LEPCs that are fulfilling their required responsibilities. So, 48 of 56 counties are very good at reporting to us, which means they do hold meetings. Some hold them, there's one county that's maybe once or twice a year. There are some, Gallatin, others that are just constant and excellent. I do have current memberships for all of these groups for all 48. There are 6 counties that are inactive. That's outlined on here as Deer Lodge, Golden Valley, Muscle Petroleum, Rosebud, Sweetgrass, Treasure, and Wheatland. They just do not report anything to me. I know Wheatland has said they have no organized LEPC. The others have not specifically said that they just don't report, and they've repeatedly been asked. I send out emails, SERC is coming up, catch up if you haven't been, please get all this information to me. And I didn't. So those 6 counties, as they were the same 6 counties identified last time, do not report. The tribes are not included in here except CSKT teams with Lake County and Sanders. That holds regular.
Lake County and CSKT, we pretty much do all our meetings together. Sanders, OEM sits in on our meetings.
Oh, okay.
But he
Because
has
I
his
know
own
he
meetings.
holds-
He has his own meetings
Yeah,
too.
I know he holds.
But I'm surprised that the tribes aren't reporting in, because I know they've got church.
And that's the thing, apparently they do not have to report to us because of the level at which the tribes operate. The Turks are sovereign nations and they are
Yeah, they pretty much
equal
report
witnesses.
at any nation.
Yeah. But it would, I'd love to hear from them, I'd love to hear the level of activity.
I'll bring it up.
Right, if they would, just so DES is aware of who, and readiness and that sort of thing. So, we ask you to vote your approval of the 48 counties that have provided what is required, and that does allow them, the HMEP grant cannot be granted to a county that does not have, an LEPC that does not have SERC approval. So, these 48 counties need your approval in case they do want to apply for these grants.
Here we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, let's vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, seeing none, motion's passed. Thank you.
All right. Now, I know you're trying to hurry along, so the next 2 are on the status of the HMEP grants. The current one as well as the pending application for the state. So I've included these in your folder, and maybe you'd like me to just sort of move along. These don't require a vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So the current grant, we have 7 planning grants. Most of these are updating their emergency operations plans and their hazmat response plans. Wrong one. Okay, so we've got the Missoula Regional Hazmat Team, we've got Helena and Great Falls, 3 hazmat teams. All are going to be attending the Continuing Challenge Workshop. That does not occur till September. So there's not a whole lot of activity on those yet. Registration opens June 1st. Missoula Fire Department has actually today, for a 3-day program, they're funded to do a clandestine mobile drug lab is the focus of that program. And their training is a 3-day program conducted by ERTI, Emergency Response Training Institute, which is a nonprofit out of Washington State. And I know that group has been utilized a lot, so obviously people place a lot of emphasis on the quality of the program. That was open to all the state hazmat teams, local agencies, so hopefully that's a good program. Fire Services Training School is doing courses all through the state. They've held, and John is here, so maybe he can add if I'm missing anything, but hazmat courses in awareness level, operations level, Eureka, Frenchtown, Hamilton, Potomac, they started back in October. Looks like they've done at least 1 month. Recently, they've done one in Boulder, Bainville, hazmat awareness and operations. Again, they have a hazmat IQ above the line, below the line course in Bozeman, January 9. 29 attendees. So all these programs seem to be very well attended. It's an ongoing process. They run the whole length of the grant period. So September 30th will be the wrap up of the courses. Planning grants, we've got just 3 applicants. Park County and Granite County are doing improvements of their hazmat plan. Montana DES put in the conference attendance. But Park County reports that they've hired their contractor. They're doing some commodity flow studies that involve all kinds of, representatives, city, county, different communities, pipeline representatives, completed their emergency operations plan, it has and its reviews, review of stuff. Anyway, this is all outlined for you, but it's an ongoing process that they commodity flow studies through with the winter and the summer focus. I'm not sure exactly how they talk to them about that. Granite County's doing the same. They're doing developing their hazmat plan. Commodity flow studies are involved. I think these are the same two contracts, the same contract. But again, ongoing processes that involve the whole community coming up with plans for just to increase their readiness for response. Very well. This year's application I sent out to you all for review. So you've seen basically what that is. This is just sort of a recap. The state has always put out to all stakeholders, the counties, fire services training school, hazmat teams. The grant is available and we've let them tell us what the projects are that they see the need for. And those are the applications. That's what I build into the application. This is what has been identified. So we had 7 planning projects proposed, which is nice. That's way over what we usually get. It's usually the training projects that are the big ones. Granite County is going to build on this current application by doing exercises. They want to test what would happen if they had a week of train derailment in their county, especially in the main city of Drummond. We're going to do tabletop exercises. We're doing a 4-level project, 2 of which are training, 2 of which are planning. That again involves the whole community, involves, I think they're going to want to bring in the all hazard incident management teams, just all aspects of emergency response, which sounds like a great idea. Madison County, another redo their emergency operations plans, their guidelines, conduct studies. They've increased their airport. That was one concern. They're just making sure they're ready to respond to anything that occurs there. Broadwater County wants to do a train derailment exercise plan for that since it went right through towns. And they want to do tabletop exercise and test their readiness. Lewis and Clark County, Operation Big Burn, like Paul Spangler's title is front. But again, it's the concern with the crude oil transport. They want to involve all emergency response agencies and test the county's readiness to respond to that. And Missoula has a huge functional exercise plan involving all aspects of emergency response. The training we did not get as many. Broadwater County wants to do several hazmat awareness and training courses. They expect 60 for the ops spots, 90 for awareness training. Missoula and Great Falls again requested a continuing challenge workshop program. That's apparently a very good training for the teams. And Jefferson County Fire Services Training School has proposed 3 programs, 2 hazmat IQ courses, and an ALS hazmat incident courses. It's a week long. That's quite an in-depth course. That the same person who conducted that last time do it again. It's a very good program. That'll be really good. And all of these things are outlined for you. So I should just ask if you have any questions.
I've got one in the end. You summarized that we have our requests are less than the expected allocation amount. So
in planning, they're slightly over.
They're slightly over. Less in training.
We're leaving about 30,000.
So can we go back and ask for other proposals?
Something else. Someone else has a proposal. Yes, we can just add to our request.
When would they have to get that in by? Just before?
Actually, it could be any time throughout the grant period, as long as the funds are available. We can ask for adjustment.
Okay. So there's probably 2 organizations training school, and obviously the hazmat teams that we want to let know that there's potentially more money for training available. Okay. I hate to leave money on the table, especially.
I think we all feel that way.
Well, and I also know, part of why I mention that is I know for the Homeland Security grants, we have some requests for training in hazardous materials. So if we've got money left on the table in this grant program, maybe we want to talk to some of those folks and
As long as the focus is transportation.
yeah,
That's
I think it's perfectly applicable.
Kathy, this is Scott Bozel.
my stop.
How much is remaining? I might have missed that.
30,000 approximately. I didn't do an exact, I should have subtracted the figure, but it's about 30,000.
That's fine, but it is okay. That's good. Just so the teams know.
That'd be great if you spread the word, that we can certainly.
Thank you.
Did you need anything else from us, Kathy? Just
No
tell us
vote
what's going
required,
on?
it was just
Okay.
an update. of the minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the next, Patrick, would you please lead us in a sort of discussion on commodity flow study, what you're asking us to take a look at?
Sure. So this maybe stuff that's finding here over the last year or so, partially just in the county, but getting up on some stuff in NEPRA and state search responsibilities and agency responsibilities. And just kind of wondering, we talk about our preparedness and some of the known threats that have been on the media screen lately in the last year or two around Montana as well as the rest of the United States. And particularly looking at the one of the requirements for all LRPC to have a hazardous materials plan, and that takes into account what's in the community, what's traveling through the community, those sorts of things. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure how people are developing those, but I'm not aware of any commodity flow studies being done in Montana in recent history. And so I was kind of wondering if this would be something that the SERC should consider with the HMEP funds this next round or whenever about doing a statewide commodity flow study. And sitting here listening this morning, kind of had some other things popping in mind in terms of what is the best use of HMEP money, especially if there's a little bit left over. I heard discussion this morning about LAPC outreach and making sure they understand their responsibilities in tier 2 requests in their community and outreach on the actual tier online response system or e-plan system. And I'm just wondering if maybe there's not some statewide planning you can do, like the commodity flow study that covers the entire state. And if there's not some outreach stuff that the SERC could do to better carry out the SERC responsibilities throughout the state. So that was just kind of a discussion that was bouncing around in my head.
Thoughts?
I'd like to add one thing to that. The railroad's doing nothing for you.
You guys are easy.
Oh, yeah, we are the easy ones. All, whether it's us or Burlington Northern Santa Fe or Union Pacific, all you have to do is contact in writing and the information will be provided.
So this would be more highway focused. We're getting
Highway pipeline.
Highway pipeline.
In my mind, railroads are easy. They know exactly.
And I know your drills next year also to focus on that.
So really, if you were to say, narrow that down a little bit, just to what are we really missing? Or obviously, if we don't have the information where it should be, it needs to be asked for and placed there for those purposes that are needed. But where are the real gaps that we would focus if we were to look at that?
I would say transportation and probably pipeline. And pipeline can probably give us very accurate data like the Bureau can, but transportation, highway transportation is tricky. And that's one of those that just takes sheer time and manpower typically to do that sort of thing.
I would characterize the gap as more at the local level. When I was the emergency manager for Cascade County 15 years ago, I did a commodity flow study and funded it through a grant, an HME grant. But I don't think anything's been done since then in Cascade County. Well, I get fair knowledge of that. So perhaps counties either, I would say probably the gap is that
at the local level, maybe people aren't aware of exactly what's going through their town.
And that's probably true. I guess I was kind of looking at it, can we shoot several things at once?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
I mean,
statewide project
to
that-
be able to do a project statewide, and then put information out there, folks,
Yeah, absolutely.
may not have the resources or the inclination to do it. Or maybe they have the desire to do it, just not the resources to do it. I was lucky enough to get a guy from the University of Great Falls who taught business and had a business class that was doing statistical analysis. And so we got them out there on the highway to collect data and then analyze it, do the probabilities and so on. But not everybody can have that resource.
Had a question, trucking wise, who has, what state agency has oversight of trucking and what's going through the state?
I go out on a limb and say fire sanitation, but
And the motor carrier service.
Okay.
And that, to a certain degree, I mean, they're coming in and looking at oversights, those types of things.
And that's what I
This is John on the phone. I'm not sure if something's happened recently, but right now we're only getting about, or I'm only getting about every third or fourth word.
And thank you for telling us. We need to all just be a lot louder.
Turn on the microphone.
it's on.
Yeah, the mics are on, so we just all need to do better.
I know Montana Department of Transportation does do commodity flow studies on a regular basis to take into account road usage, but I think it's more focused on type of vehicle, maybe weight of vehicle, more so than what the vehicles are carrying, is what I saw.
But do we need somebody to take a look at what we have that could be brought together? Just
I look
talk
at
to
it,
transportation, get the information we need from pipeline companies and railroads, and just say, what do we know? And therefore, here's what's left.
I suspect that if you reached out to a company that does this, a bunch of graduate schools that do this sort of thing, they tell you what's readily available on railroads and what you have to find yourself, and it's probably pretty consistent, I would think. You know, it's probably there, and I'll just piece it together.
I know that North Carolina did a 5-year study.
I'm sorry, you're just a little bit further away.
Okay, North Carolina, I know, is kind of held up as a shining example of doing a statewide commodity flow study. They did it over 5 years, and they took certain counties each year. And I don't know I certainly don't know any more of the details, but it's available, and I can certainly we can take a look at how they did it. But I think breaking it up like that's probably a good idea, and you can really focus and piece it together. But yeah, I think there are a lot of resources already with that information available, and maybe even under the HVP, I don't know, I'd have to inquire, but you can maybe get a contractor that could pull those resources and show us what we have now.
That's what most states use to fund their commodity flow studies.
So what would be our next steps?
Well, I think that it would be something to consider when we come up on the next round. of
Right,
this,
it'd be the next
whatever that would be.
2016, 17.
Okay.
We could certainly get the eggs in the basket for the
Okay?
Yeah.
Is that the desire of the CERC, so that we can put that in place, vote on that?
If we were to start doing some of the legwork and getting ready to do that, put that out, then there is some work we can do to get ready, I think, to prepare for that next round. Is that something that, do we want to look at it?
I think it's a valuable project for the CERC to look at for the entire state, but that for a lot of people exactly how and who, I don't know the answer to move that forward, but I think there's a lot of value in it.
Okay, so is that, do we have a motion to take a look at that we can vote on whether or not to put some resources into looking at it?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second by John on the phone.
Thank you, John, on the phone. Okay, so we have a motion in front of us to take a look at doing this kind of, seeing if we can do the study, pull some materials together, do some of the early legwork, it sounds like, to get ready to offer up commodity study approach to the next round of grants.
So the question is, who does that?
Yeah, who does that? We need to talk about that, so.
I'll certainly look into it from the hazmat grant,
Okay.
applications.
Okay. Did I hear some commodity studies in the things
Yes,
you were
and
doing?
I'm not quite sure exactly what commodity they are studying and how they're doing that, but I'll certainly talk to them as a good place to start.
And find out what, right, what information's gathered, what are the sources of those information pieces, perhaps. So that's putting the grant pieces together. Anything else that we talk to transportation, maybe bring them to our next SERC meeting and let them talk to them? Well,
We have a CERC group here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Who specializes in that? That may not be you.
Right, it isn't.
That's what I meant. Surface, a subject matter expert.
Yeah, we could ask and see what information is available
Okay,
through MCS.
okay.
I'll let you know.
Is reporting back to the next CERC meeting in October or early November, whenever we schedule it, too late? Kathy?
No,
No.
because we can't.
We're talking about that next round.
The next round, the grants this year, the application this year was due April 3rd, so.
Right, okay.
I believe they usually come out in February.
Okay, so we could have a report back at our next CERC meeting. Okay, Patrick?
Well, and I don't know what the process would be because of how it's got to be done, but maybe there's some leftover AT&T money right now, maybe you
But
take
the problem is this falls under the plan, and we don't have,
training money.
we only have training, it's not a training accounting project.
Okay.
Well, I think in this process too, there should be probably an assessment of what cost versus scope to, we've got a lot of counties in the state that I don't know that we necessarily need to look at ground transportation through, but we have a lot of major transportation corridors, and those major transportation corridors are probably where the focus would be, and this would be a cost benefit thing, is it going to cost a lot more to get a microscope down and look at some of these, smaller counties. We even let me look at Carbon County where I am. We don't go from any place to any place, so we don't get a lot of through transportation.
Okay. Good point. Okay. All right, so let's get what Kathy can get together and what transportation can maybe offer up if we need to bring somebody to the next meeting as a subject matter expert. Okay, we'll get it on.
I'll look
Put
into
that
it
on the.
now.
Okay, thank you.
Let you know.
Put that on the agenda, and if somebody else thinks of something else, would you please let either me or Delilah, in her new role starting next month as DES administrator, let us know. We'll talk about the agenda and what we need to do to bring that together. Fair enough? Okay, so should we vote on the motion? Is that, understanding that that's the kind of activity that would occur, is this what we want to do? Okay, vote. We'll vote then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign? Okay, I see no opposed and hear none. Motion passes. We'll put that on the agenda and we'll do some legwork. Okay, thank you. Okay, Bruce, you're on with your demo. And after that, we're going to have these involved conversations. So we want to see it. Please be as quick as you can. Correct.
You go back too, so.
Oh, no, it's going to be quick. Okay, thank you.
So, this is Situation Analyst Montana. It's a proof of concept project that we have grant funding for through the County Fireworks Association. Principally started out with the wildfire effort and rapidly evolved to all risk. And so this is the screen after you sign in. This desktop version is ultimately going to be phased out, and so then there will only be the tablet, mobile, web version. There's also a quick start application and training library here that you can utilize as you sign in. And then once you click on this tab, this takes you to this screen. And we have, this is an incident I put in for this demo. This is the search and rescue for the little girl that fell into the river at Headwater State Park. And then these two are Tom's incident at the West Fork Fire and Pinecrest Fire. Some of these others that you see around, this is all feeding off of the wildfire system. So this is a fire that BLM had. I think it's called the Straight Fire. These are all populating from other data sources and populate automatically from the big computer coordination center in the sky, wherever that is. Don't ask me how to get rid of this teardrop because I haven't figured it out yet, and neither have the tech people. So. Let's see. So when you sign in, you can come into the ops view, which is the primary one I have here. Then there's a planning view, emergency management, hazmat, urban search and rescue. If you want to sign in, both Patrick and I can give you usernames and passwords. If you want to play in the training area here, and then we have a PIO, which has limited access, but we can push stuff out of there. So in the ops view, which is the view we're in, we can turn on various things. One that I use a lot during fire season, for example, is active modus. You can see that the satellites are picking up some signatures around. If you go over here to north of Minnesota, they're getting their butts kicked as we speak. But another one I pay attention to, which we will get a lot more information now, is active resources. Once everybody in the wildfire system upgrades to Wildcat 6, if they send an engine or a helicopter to this incident, it will show an icon there. So there are all kinds of different things that you can turn on. We have, I think Tom's hosting one of the lightning detection receivers, and we have cooked an arrangement with the vendor. If we have these receivers, then we get access to the data, so we get a read-only data. So if there's lightning detections throughout the state, as you see there, we have a little thrash. Then we could actually move resources there if we needed to. And we're trying to expand that network to other parts of the state to cover, in particular, this piece up in here that's kind of open. Patrick, jump in anytime you're ready. We have roads, parcels, structures. So for us in the wildland urban interface, or for law enforcement to evacuate or whatever, you could actually put a line around there, an area of interest or something, and then figure out how many homes are in there that you need to deal with. Infrastructure, we are intending to use this with our fire management assistance grants with FEMA. Give them a username and password, and they can be looking at the same screen that we're looking at in the office while we're preparing for a fire management assistance grant.
All this up that Bruce is going through here, you can click on any one of those items, and it will give the raw data behind it. So, it'll tell you the resource, who it's assigned to, all that sort of thing. Or if it clicks on lightning, it'll give you, the strength of it, positive, negative, lat long, all that information. So, there's the actual data behind this, not just the icons.
So is this your common operating picture?
Yes.
Structure, that's what you're using?
That's what we're advocating, that it becomes the statewide common operating picture for all of everybody. For
all hazards.
For all hazards. The fee that we pay, we have unlimited users.
That piece that Bob talked about, where you can go and take a picture and say, here's an oil, this will do that. So we have, as a state, we have that capability already. So you could do that in a flood, you could do it in an oil spill, you could do it in a public health emergency, you could, add information about centers of diseases, you could, do it with livestock stuff, you could do it with you know, it allows all that information to go. And what's nice about it is then it allows it to be visible other places. So, you know, for example, with our fire, if you go click on our fire that we had, you know, Bruce can be sitting in Missoula, and he can get updated real-time information. I think we've got an IAP there. They can actually see it.
So you can do file sharing.
You can do file sharing, and it, you know, I mean, it's definitely takes work to get it to work, and it takes some training. But I mean, there's that fire perimeter shows fire line that was put in, and that can show spot fires and all that stuff, where the ICP is. All that stuff can be, and it can be changed in real time. I have the ability to go out there and actually move a perimeter in, or you know, if somebody else comes to the fire, they can go and they can change that information, and then we can consolidate that. You can see who put that line in. So it's pretty interesting.
So
it does take some training, but
this is the Pinecrest fire that was going on at the same time. Our resource, the planning section on the team loaded this up so we could see what they were talking about when they were talking to us in the door. And then
yes, you could map a flood.
Yep. So let's go to this one here, the one that we did for SERC demo. You know, if Patrick is out on the line, he could actually put a spot fire or something in around this perimeter, and it will populate automatically. So if you're in the state ECC, you know, I've been pitching to replace their mapping program with this, so that we would be getting real-time intel into either our office or state or whoever has an interest that might be involved.
So you're thinking that this might usurp what we receive then?
I don't, just the mapping part anyway.
It can theoretically tie into this.
You put something in.
Just got a building line.
So Bruce, other than being informative, which it is, are you asking from the SERC any kind of action or sharing or something?
I think this plays into the next conversation.
Okay.
I'm going to miss most of it, unfortunately, but yeah, I think this is an opportunity for us statewide to all participate in a system. Tony and I were having some conversation last weekend about potential partnerships with private sector agencies, so that they could utilize it for whatever, or something. But you know, this gives us the ability to have a common operating picture. Most of us don't have that. We have our little narrow window, and you know, I during the summer, this is up on one screen of my computer all day long for our business. And I think it plays into the future of how we as a SERC can be the leadership for emergency management planning and training and whatever, and lead the fray rather than being following behind it. I don't know if this is for you or me.
You can see this stuff on drive through the fire.
Oh, I see. So Patrick added this stuff right here as we were coming in.
Jaylee, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Outside of the fire world, let's say that the incident is a chemical release. I mean, I'm assuming you've got weather layers or whatever. It does have capabilities that would be able to be used in all hazards. Is that the correct assumption?
Yeah. First, just changed the hazmat view, so now when you go to like add, these features will be hazmat type activities, so hazard planes.
So this is all the things that we can add in from on the hazmat screen. You know, access points, evacuation control areas, all the kinds of things that we would need to be looking at from that. And that's just changing down here where you change it. So we have urban search and rescue, emergency management plans. Where do we put the flood stuff in urban search and rescue or emergency management? So the things that you could add are all different based on where you are in the operations mode here.
So if you have a layer that's of data that is sensitive, that not everybody should have access to, can you restrict certain layers to those who need to know? For example, I'm just going to say like pipelines.
We have critical infrastructure that is behind the scenes that you can't actually see, but if you view this perimeter and clicked on the critical infrastructure, it would give you a report of what's there.
Okay, so we take into account without giving all the information. Okay, that's okay.
Matic, Patrick and I met with Matic and they put it in behind the scenes.
Okay.
And Matic's a player, so.
Okay.
So you could put the 2,300 plus chemical storage facilities that we have in E-Plan in here, and so if you started seeing a chemical somewhere, you could go look at what it is from.
If it's, this system goes out and accesses read-only databases like the CAMA data from the state, it goes out and just pulls that data in every once in a while. So lightning, it's every 5 minutes, I think. It refreshes. So if you had access to a read-only database like that, you could put that in the hazmat thing and have it read-only, and it would show that where they are.
And it could be restricted in the same way. If you're working in an area and you've drawn your perimeter and you have an issue there, you can see what's at that location. We might want to think about that.
Or, I mean, we could restrict it by user access too, because most of our users can go in and do exactly what Patrick's doing now. If Tom had his tablet, he could be working too, because we're all able to edit, which is challenging in some respects.
It's been scary to all of us, but you know the developers have said we pretty much let everybody have the ability to change stuff, and they haven't had anybody come back really and say, "Oh, this is a huge issue."
And we can actually, well, Patrick and I and a couple of the other super users can go in and click on a line. Say if I wanted to know who added that line in there, I can click on that, or anybody can click on it and see who added it. So if it's bogus, then we can eliminate it.
Okay.
Okay, here's the pressing question in my mind. Having dealt with centralized databases, where is this thing hosted? And who's got who hosts?
Amazon. So it's about Amazon by the vendor.
By vendor Amazon. So if you don't have network connectivity, or if the Amazon guy goes out to lunch, then suddenly your common operating picture doesn't work.
Well, they are in the process of developing an app. Maybe a good segue to show this little video for, in this case, it's parcel-based polluter risk assessment, but when you change the names and change the factors, you could assess anything with this.
Take a look at parcel-based risk assessment module that was built for situation analysts. And we're going to be looking at Klamath County, Oregon. The real value in the risk module is to provide a comprehensive prioritized assessment of your wildfire risk on a parcel level. This can lead to a clear picture of the necessary mitigations each homeowner should or has invested in, as well as a clear situational picture for fire and law responders. There's a number of tools that go with this module, including the home risk collector, the model that assigns a rating based upon the attributes that are collected, as well as parcel level data that you may have on hazard. The public is able to interact with the information, as well as reports that can help with planning, prevention, CWPPs, response for fire and law enforcement and post-fire assessment. So let's take a look at the collector. The collector is a tool that can be used on a tablet or smartphone, and you're able to locate yourself, click on a house that you want assessed, and basically go through a series of steps to collect the assessment. You can take your photos, information about the site and the assessment, access, the structure itself, defensible space, as well as important safety considerations for the firefighter. And when you're complete, you can save that, and the assessment is saved. And the next phase of that is the model takes that information and assigns a rating to both the structure and the parcel. So now that we've collected information and assigned a rating, we can now have the public interact with that information. The Klamath County partners have developed a Ready, Set, Go website that has a wealth of information for homeowners. It also allows them access to the risk assessment for their structure. And they simply can provide an address for the site. And from here, they can access a tour of a wildfire-ready home. They can print the assessment report from the fire service that had done the assessment. And they can see a subset of the information that's available for their home. And they can also look at resource information on why that's important when they're done. And they can interact with this. And so they can say, well, what if I changed my roof to composites? We can see the rating drop from high to moderate. We can go down and include our information. And when we're done, we can save that information. And that change goes to the fire department for their review and approval. And finally, let's take a look at some of the reports that are generated to help with planning and response. The report tool provides quick access to this information for planning as well as responders. In this case, we may have a fire in a neighborhood, and we're able to go to reports, select an area that we're concerned about, and we can immediately see there's 35 homes in that. We can look at the risk assessment, and it creates a one-page per home assessment with a photo, all the information and ratings about that assessment. We can also look at a summary report, which should be especially useful for law enforcement or a structural group coming into an area, and we can see there's some special needs, how many structures there are, number of outbuildings, ratings. We can also scroll down and get a map of the area that could be passed off, as well as a list of addresses that could be used for evacuation status. So that's a quick look at the tools that are available in the home risk module.
We don't have that particular module yet. We're going to try to bring that online this summer with the remote collector app, so that we can do. Tom's got hundreds of homes that he's done in his district, but we can upload all that. So we'll be glad to try to any questions. If you want a username or password, just email Patrick. We just need your email address, and we'll set you up. We have a couple hundred users now.
You know, this is kind of developed in the wildfire community. Obviously, this module is wildfire based, but the way we look at this collector tool, we change a couple terms, a couple fields. Now you've got this all hazard assessment tool that can be used post incident or for damage assessment after the fact. I mean, imagine a community where you got beforehand, now you go on after some sort of disaster. Anybody, and they can compare apples to oranges and select what's there and what's not. Has a lot of potential.
Did you demo this too with the county fire ward or fire ward?
Yeah, we did a big training session, 2 3-hour training sessions with fire wardens, and then Devin, the fire warden, got, I don't know if he was in the training.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate the demonstration and the little bit of discussion. I guess I'm not sure what we should be doing next. You're saying you'd like for this to be a state, a statewide thing. I guess I'm thinking maybe let people sign up, get a little more usage, and see what people think. I don't know that we need a formal action. I think we just need to let it spread, if I have that right.
I jumping in, Bruce, I think our big thing was more of an awareness, make sure people are aware it's out there, get some counts play with it. I mean, like Bruce talked about, we have this proof of concept ending, so a lot of potential there that might bring a lot of benefit, and it's something that we'd like to see some more discussion as we go through the summer here and see news walk from Montana about is this something we want to continue with in Montana, and if we want to continue, then we need to come up with a game plan on how Montana continues that in the state.
Colorado just fired this up statewide. I think they're the only other state that is exploring it statewide. Lots of counties across the west.
This is all web-based, we don't have that.
So most of it's web-based. That collector app, they also have an online and offline version where you can capture and map your information, go offline and come back in or resync. That's currently in a beta test. Hopefully it will be available this summer. So yeah, so most of it, what we looked at, is all live online. It does have an offline app that allows you to basically capture all the instant data, add stuff to the map, whatever, and then when you come back, you can resync it.
Very good. Do we have a comment back here?
The only question I had is that you mentioned, and I've talked before about this, that the development was funded by a grant to the state fire wardens. What is the cost after it's developed to continue on? And is there a plan to continue on?
The cost is $60,000 a year. Colorado did a multi-year agreement and they got a better deal. My organization is not flinching too bad at about half of that. So.
I have a question. It's kind of a long question. I'm sorry. But we have Defense Connect online, and you can do, like Mr. Ladies Bradley knows, we would do conferences at the 2013 fire down in Willow Creek Complex fire, where you bring in everybody. You don't have to have a CAT card to get in. That's what we use for our common operating picture. That goes away June 24th and is replaced by Defense Connect services, which is more restrictive. He couldn't get on there because he doesn't have a CAT card. But only for military people, CAT cards like myself. Is there a way to do conferencing on this too? To call in people and share your screen like WebEx or GoToMeeting?
Well, you can, Patrick was signed on with his pad right over there. So we all could sign on. We all had.
It doesn't have conferencing embedded as part of it, but you could obviously use a third-party WebEx or whatever and share it.
Right, but it doesn't have an embedded though, right?
No, it's not.
Not like video conferencing or voice calling back and forth. I mean, what I do shows up on your screen in 20 seconds, but as far as the video.
Okay, I think that ends that discussion for a little bit. Let's see what happens with your signups, and if you need it on the agenda for next time, please let us know. Okay, and maybe we can report out a little bit about how it's coming along and where people are on that. Okay, good, thank you.
There was one quick mention of something that and I'm going to fold this into the next conversation, and relate it to the lunchtime presentation just quickly. But one of the things is we move, and I know I feel like as a society we've moved, but you even saw in the last presentation that sometimes we haven't. We've moved from a world where people, where in our operational picture, developing a map for an incident, developing an informational press release, and delivering that informational press release at 1800 hours that then would go out to the news and pick up a news cycle in the morning was considered acceptable. We now live in a world where if information isn't delivered in 15-minute intervals, the people think one of two things about us. They think either we're stupid or we're lying to them. It's the only option. I mean, they don't think, oh, they're getting to it and they'll tell us in a little while. That's not something that they think. They expect us to know that information, and they expect it to be accurate and now. And as we move through this world, things like this, and I think us as a CERC have an obligation to understand that that's the expectation of the public. And when we have a large disaster, people are going to expect the people who are responsible for governing the incident and providing information to deliver that information accurately. This plays into that, and I hope that will push us into the next conversation, which is really what is the expectation from the public for emergency response? Because they're not going to accept, well, we'll think about whether that water is safe later. They want to know something right now. And they want an answer right now. And that's a hard thing for us to deal with when we're used to, let us figure this out and we'll get back to you.
Thank you. Brad, would you like to launch your discussions?
Hopefully the last time I will talk about this and stuff, but hopefully it carries on. Again, in July of last year, I was asked to come be the interim administrator. And ironically, one of the first things I asked the first week is, do we have some system out here with a common operating picture? So I can tell what is going on in the state. If you look at Montana Code Annotated, DES works as an executive branch and works for the governor. My expectation when I was the chief of staff for the adjutant general, I need to know the information before he knew it. Because if there's a bad day in the National Guard, as the chief of staff, I need to know it, I need to be able to be connected, and I'd be able to brief the adjutant general. From the day I started to the day I leave, I'm always blind in respect to anything that the governor needs to know. Because the systems in Montana are not connected. We don't have a common operating picture when it comes to emergency management in Montana. And I'll go so bold to say we don't even have a state strategy on emergency management. I'm talking about the strategy. What you guys saw today was the tactical aspect of it. But the strategy is non-existent. We don't have an architect about emergency management. We got cylinders of excellence. We got agencies that do a good job within their area. But the overall strategy of emergency management in Montana is non-existent. Now, again, that's somebody who only has 10 months of experience. So you can go ahead and refute or disbelieve what I have to say, but I'm just going to tell you from my observation. And so that is frustrating. And ironically, I've built a great relationship with Dusty here in Northwestern Energy, and I really appreciate the candidness of that utility, because, by the way, they're part of the SERC. If you look at the membership of the 29 people that are supposed to be here today, and who have been here over the period of time, we're missing a good number of people. So either we are a commission appointed by the governor under the rules of Montana Code Annotated, which we are supposed to be acting on his behalf, or not a commission. We just show up every 6 months, we get some briefings, we vote after the fact on certain hazmat issues, and then we move forward. And I think we can be bolder than that. Unfortunately, the code doesn't necessarily let us be as bold as I would recommend you to be, but go ahead and try it. But one of the things that Dusty and I talked about is that, and asked him the question, what would wake up their CEO of Northwestern Energy? That's the premise I went from the military. What was going to wake up the adjutant general? And then I needed to know that before he did. And so Dusty thought about it and I said, hey, Dusty, whatever wakes up your CEO is going to wake up the governor. And I need to know some relationship here so that as his emergency manager, administrator, I'm prepared and ready to go. Montana DES, you notice I rarely say DES anymore, Disaster Emergency Services. I talk about emergency management. Because DES, when you look at Montana Code Annotated, is old doctrine. We talk about civil defense in Montana Code Annotated. We don't talk about all hazards in the extent of what we talk about here. No command and control. Very unusual for a military person not to have command and control. But I can accept that. I'm a chameleon. I can change a little bit in that aspect of it. So it's cooperation and collaboration and trying to work with each other. Montana, as you know, Commissioner, you know this better than all, is a home rule state. So who owns that jurisdiction? The commission. That's who owns this. And so today, as we're talking as state entities or stuff, I'm looking at him, what do you think, Commissioner, and some of this stuff that we're talking about? Because ultimately, whatever we do has to have his permission in his jurisdiction. And so from the standpoint of, Dusty and I talking about Northwestern Energy in this partnership, when you look at this would be a good start of a group of individuals, and I believe you could do it as a subcommittee of the SERC to honestly study emergency management in Montana in the 21st century and identify what's broken and what we need to fix permanently in code rather than the Band-Aid effects that I've seen in the past. Senate Bill 5 was great, but I'll be candid with you, it probably will not be used because of the $10,000 cap on each incident. We need to fix those types of things. We need to have a discussion about emergency management in Montana. What's that look like? And how do we move ahead? And we need our commissioners involved in this. We need our mayors and city managers involved in it. When again, I spoke to the League of City and Towns, they were hungry for this information about disaster and emergency management. And I thought that was unusual, but I won't name the counties, but not every town gets along with their county. Is that a revelation to you, Commissioner? And so that aspect of it, again, there's a group out there that too want to have that information and asking DES, what can you do for us? And you go, well, generally we work through the counties, and we don't, go down to these communities, but especially with funding, you stay at the county level. But having that discussion with them, I think that's important. But every day, I see another missed opportunity because there's not a way of getting all state government to come together and talk about emergency management. There's not a format at this time. Delilah and I talked about that in her previous life, even before, applying for the position as administrator. And again, it's based on relationships, and that's good, but it's not good when we've got the gaps out there. And if we have that big event, and we've been fortunate, we have been so fortunate as a state. When I think about other states out there like Colorado, neighbors who have some pretty significant events, we've not had that level. That are we ready to tackle that? This thing that we did with Glendive, again, was a testament to state government working together. Because first of all, I want to do a shout out to Big Springs Water. They couldn't have been more cooperative in finding out water for Glendive. And they got their folks there. Initially, we looked just what Mary Jo said, looked around, tried to find some Walmarts and stuff like that. Nobody's going to sell that type of water and then vacate the capability in the community. So we looked at maybe we can go to Salt Lake and talk to the warehouse in Salt Lake with Walmart. But then we're thinking about we got to have a plan in the future rather than do this ad hoc. We got to build these relationships ahead of time with private partners. Government doesn't solve every issue. Private partners can actually do much quicker in some of these commodities than we can ever provide. So we always think about calling out the National Guard, when in fact, private companies have equipment and capabilities in state government that far exceed the National Guard's capability. And so here's Big Springs running down to Glendive with their water supply, because at that time we were told it was going to be 2 weeks without water. And they said, we got a warehouse in Bozeman, it's filled with water, we just don't have a way of transporting it. So that's where we got a hold of MDT and says, can you do it? Absolutely. And as luck would have it, it was all snowed in, that warehouse, so MDT came over with their equipment, cleared it all out, put that trucks in, it was like Smoking the Bandit. The folks running down the road with all that water and stuff. He underestimated. Bridget called and said he'd never seen $100,000 worth of water, but we made sure there was enough water in the community for 2 weeks, and it was state government working in partnership. But I tell you the story because that's still wrong. We should have contracts in place already with private contractors that we can pick up the phone and go and make that happen. So I like what Bruce is saying there, but that's the tactical aspect of it. For that to be successful, every state agency has got to play in this thing. Department of Transportation's got to be willing to put the road information up there and keep it going. All DEQ, public health, everybody has got to put that in there. Because if you have to populate it in DES, then private industry, are they interested in participating in that? You know, when you look at some of the things you're talking about here, can they put that information in a common operating picture? When we see the results of the audit, you know, that Ken's working on here, it's going to identify what I just said. There are gaps in Montana when it comes to emergency management. There is not oversight. Ken was talking to me a little bit about DES. What do you do with your money, and how do you encourage firemen training and stuff? We don't. EMPG money goes to the local coordinator to run their emergency management program. That money doesn't necessarily go to the fire department. And then, so I asked him the question, what's the authority of the fire warden in Montana over local jurisdictions? So what authority do you think the administrator of DES has over that, and setting the standard of what that training should be in jurisdictions? So I look and I wonder some days, who is that person that the governor can go to and say, let's just say it, Brad, for a moment, make this happen. Make what happen, Governor? What do you want? And I tell the staff periodically, if the governor called me and said, come on up to the office and said, tell me the state of emergency management in Montana, what would I say? That I don't have a picture of it. I can't speak on behalf of the hydro. I can't speak on behalf of the counties. I can't speak on behalf of the tribes. I would just give them a, well, I think it's pretty good, you know, so far everything is okay. LEPCs, when you look at a SERC, and Kathy just talked about it, not everybody's participating in that. What authority does DES have to make that happen? What authority does the SERC have? And so, in my mind, the SERC has some potential to participate in something exciting in Montana. And for the first time in many, many years, look at the strategy of emergency management. Our neighbors in North Dakota have rewritten their codes over the last decade 3 times. I think they're model codes that we ought to take a look at. They're addressing the issues right now with the volcano oil and things of that nature. In law, we're not. They're addressing, you know, fire safety and respect to training, providing funding for that. We aren't necessarily. And let me throw this thing out, and again, most will dismiss what I say because the feds will always come through, but let's just say for a moment that Congress decides that the funding that FEMA is receiving needs to be reduced. And let's just say for this discussion, they decide there will be no more Homeland Security funds to the state. What would you do? What would we do? There's a lot of jurisdictions and a lot of programs that have been living off of that Homeland Security program for many, many years that we missed the cycle. We missed the cycle with the legislative session. Now, it wouldn't happen in 1 year or 2 years, but it might gradually happen. And so we're asking the SAC to take a look at that. And Tom was on a phone call yesterday with us about, you know, we have to build a strategy if there was no Homeland Security. Let's say that public assistance changes. And by the way, Congress is really looking at that. They have criticized FEMA for a good number of presidentials that when it ends up at the end of the day, didn't meet the threshold. And so they're believing FEMA and the states are gaming the system so that Congress or the federal government ends up paying 75% of that public assistance where the state was obligated to pay 100%. So let's just say there's no more public assistance. That would mean that Montana would not have received $190 million in the last decade in public assistance with FMAGs, public assistance, and mitigation. $190 million. So that surplus they've been talking about at the Capitol for the last several months, non-existent. And let's just say that they do away with EMPG. Half of the DES staff would be gone, which candidly is understaffed. As I have briefed the Adjutant General time after time after time, we have no surge capability in DES. We are the lowest full-time manning in the state of Montana for emergency management. The lowest. so it is very complexing sometimes when we want to do great things, for the state, but you just don't have the resources. By the way, if we did away with EMPG, then local partners would lose their 50% of that too. I do think the study needs to take place. I would encourage you to consider it, and then have a strategy for the next session. Because we, being the emergency management community, received some significant cuts in our budget in this last session, because we were not together. We were going again at cylinders of excellence. I, candidly, was disappointed that when I stood up before that subcommittee and looked around, there was nobody else in the emergency management business there with us, helping to support or counter the projected loss of a full-time employee. I just told you we were the smallest organization in the United States. We lost a better position, and we lost funding to go with that. Other than Paul Spangler was the only individual there to provide testimony why that should not happen, and it happened. If Montana Emergency Management is only as strong as DES, because we are that coordination piece. We are that group of individuals that FEMA sends the funds to, we distribute them, and if we do it well or do it poorly, it impacts on you either way. But equally, I was not there at the NRC to defend their budget cuts on aviation and firefighting. And so I think, again, when we go back to this in the future, if we see emergency management, public safety in that category, we ought to be united. We ought to be up there talking that, hey, the budget in Montana on emergency management as a whole throughout the agencies is insufficient, and we have been supplementing with federal dollars. And one day, I caution us that those federal dollars will reduce or go away, and we'll be in a bad state in Montana. We really should be funding emergency management with state dollars, and then using the federal funds to assist, to help even better. In the state of Montana, for DES, it's a dollar amount. I wouldn't say it's insignificant, but when you look at our budget, immediately subtract from our annual budget, which is $1.2 million, $265,000 is out of our budget, goes money to the hazmat teams. So when you look at our budget, you go, well, we got 1.2, subtract 265,000 out of that, that goes to the hazmat teams. And so when we take a cut, we've never gone back to the hazmat teams and cut them. We still give them their 265 every year to continue their programs. So you look at this again, and you look at the responsibility of this SERC. In my mind, it has the potential. It is appointed by the governor. It's a commission to do something that would be really good for the citizens of the state of Montana with all the disciplines here, and then move forward and make a proposal. And then be ready for the next session to tackle this thing called funding, because there is some significant gaps, and Ken's not ready to share it, but when he shared it with me the other day, I'm just going, wow, I don't know how to solve those things. One, authority's not there. Two, the resources are not there. And when we have a bad day, the governor's going to come and find his favorite administrator and say, Delilah, what's going on here? And she won't have the same puzzled look I did. She'll be much smarter than I am. So she'll kind of go, sir, what's your expectations? What can I do? Because honestly, Montana Code Annotated does not give DES much authority. It's in the coordination business. So Tom, Pat, or anybody else, if you want to chime in, I know that some of you, we talked a little bit about this, and I talked to the commissioner today, and we went to Mako recently to see if they would be interested in forming a subcommittee of commissioners on emergency management so we can have this dialogue with them. Because they're the center of the gravity in their community. They are the individuals that the administrators should be focused on and getting their input on what we need to be doing to help them to be successful and stuff. And I honestly don't think we provide enough resources in some ways to them. But on the other hand, the state of Montana does not provide them any dollars to run their emergency management program. county resources, augmented with FEMA resources. That's the way it's paid for. Tom? Pat?
On the county level too, I'll just jump in real quick, but you know, we've had a lot of this discussion too, and I think it all boils down to is when you've seen one county, you've seen one county.
Exactly.
They are, local control freaks, I guess you want to call that. Drill down even from that point, when you've got fire districts or these other districts in the county, they're elected by the people. They are a subdivision, and once you've seen one fire district, you've seen one fire district. And they all are territorial, I guess that's their jurisdiction, they mandated there. So there is a big need for this coordination piece. Because at least I keep hoping and praying that these cylinders of excellence you keep talking about, when the stuff hits the fan, them cylinders come together in Montana, we do a heck of a good job. I've seen it times, most of the times on that piece. So, mutual aid, and this fire service and stuff's great. A lot of local counties agree with each other on that, but there was 8 counties not even playing this game, and it's pretty harsh to say, but some of that is it's federal dollars. We ain't gonna do it. So you've got all that range of personalities, of jurisdiction that goes through it. So, I guess anything like that would work better. Yeah, if you had one guy in control and run all emergency management in Montana. But there's too many individuals. That's not what happens. So we need a strong, workable coordination system to get this stuff out of it. That'd be my piece of that.
I've obviously thought a lot about this, and I've had, in my fire department, we've got 120 volunteers. We have a fire like Bruce showed that Rock Creek fire. You have something happen, and people expect you to show up, and they expect you to know what's going on, and they expect you to do the right thing. And one of the things that I tell my volunteers is that you guys are special because when a fire happens, we have all kinds of people who show up and say, I want to help. I want to help make this situation better. And I say, that's wonderful. Where were you 5 years ago? Because I don't need you today. I needed you 5 years ago to do 5 years worth of work so you were ready to work today. Showing up today is no good to me. You're completely useless to me. But if you wanted to show up 5 years ago, or if you want to show up today and work on the thing that's going to happen in 5 years, then that's something I can work with. And to be honest, I've been on this, I don't even know how long I've been on this circuit. And I remember the first meeting when we met in Billings. 8 years ago, something like that, maybe? How many people were on the circuit when we met in Billings? Okay.
You might be the only
I might be the only one who's left. And I was really confused. And here we are however many years later, and I'm still just as confused. And I'm afraid, I'm truly afraid, and it's why I've become a little bit of a loudmouth in the last couple of meetings, and I apologize for that at some level. But on another level, I'm unapologetic. Because if we had a train catch on fire with Balk and Crude in Townsend, would us saying to the public, we really should have anticipated that, and maybe we should have been ready for the response? Because can any of us sit down here and really say what that response will look like? And I think if we can't, then we're going to be telling the public, yes, we knew it was a possibility. Yes, we've been meeting twice a year. Yes, we have an obligation. And no, we didn't do anything. And I don't think the governor's going to be happy with that, and I don't think my kids are going to be happy with that. And I guess that's where I struggle with what we're doing, is because I have a presentation that I do, and I end the slide with a picture of a little girl. And it says, one of the reasons we're good at what we do is because we never lose sight of why we do it.
But I'm not sure that when you have a state emergency response commission that can't get half the people to show up to a meeting, when you meet twice a year, that we haven't lost sight of why we do it. And I think that's an issue. And I think there's lots of, I'm excited that you have this position, and I think there's a lot of challenges that we have. But, you know, again, we were supposed to end at 2, and we left 15 minutes to talk about what our purpose is. I'd love to see our next meeting be 2 days to talk about what our purpose is. I mean, I think that's what we need. I think we need to say, you know what, we are going to do this right. Because it does matter. And I guess, you know, the SAC's going to meet tomorrow, and I have not a dissimilar comment to make about the seriousness we take. You mentioned all the, and it was someone else who mentioned, you know, 4 months of department heads worrying about the administration or the legislature and the money and the pieces that are going. And we're going to give away $3.5 million tomorrow, and it's an afterthought. $3.5 million, and I mean not a minor afterthought. It's a complete and total afterthought. We met for an hour and 15 minutes yesterday to talk about our strategy about how we're going to give away $3.5 million. I mean, it's crazy. And it does. We have the opportunity to make a huge impact on our state, and I think we're missing that opportunity all the time.
What's Tom talking about? Again, we don't have a state strategy dealing with the use of the Homeland Security. We have a THIRA process, and some know that term, some don't. But that is the process the federal government wants us to use as we distribute the funds out there, and is to identify those gaps. And so I like what Tom said about Townsend. So at the end of the day, they're going to come in and go, okay, we have given you this type of federal dollars over the last several years. What have you done with those dollars? And if it isn't addressing our gaps, and it continually goes to the same programs that are, you know, pretty well off, then we're guilty of not using them in the best interest of the state and stuff. And so that's where I would like to have the SAC be part of the SERC as a subcommittee. And so that you all are getting this overall strategy of the state. You got commissioners' input, you got city managers, you got tribal nations, you got the rail, trucking's supposed to be here, you got the utilities. You're all talking about what are the big situations in Montana, and you build a strategy, and then when we get the funds in, you already know how you're going to distribute that money. You already know the gaps, and you're moving towards them. Unfortunately, what has happened in the past is we get a notification from the feds, here comes your EMPG, here comes your Homeland Security, and just like Tom says, then in the next 2 weeks, people put in their packet, and no guilty on their part, because we've told them, put it in your packet, but it's not maybe coincide with really what the gaps are. And so at the end of the day, we issued $3.7 million, and I'm not saying it doesn't go to good purposes. It may not go to the purpose that we really need it to be. And that's where the feds are really coming down on us now, being DES, and saying, we have expectations. You need to be using those dollars to support the gaps in your state. And if you're not, then Congress is looking at us and saying, if that's not the way you use your money, we'll just remove it. And so where I want us, for Montana, to be thinking about building an emergency management budget using general fund, and then using the federal dollars to add on to it. If you take out just what I described, we are on our backs when it comes to emergency management in Montana. There's not enough general fund nor local dollars to support the level that we're doing. $110 million in Homeland Security grants since 2000. Highway Patrol been a recipient of some of those programs, you know, as everybody has. And I just put that out there because there's a lot of jurisdictions who have been a recipient of that. But the thought is, you don't go and talk to the legislators about funding those programs after this. The SIGB, you familiar with the SIGB? The State Interoperability Governance Board. They've identified that we still need $50 to $60 million of communication to keep the state well connected from a communications aspect of it. They don't know where they're going to get the money. And yet in the Homeland Security grants, we have a couple of jurisdictions seeking money for towers. But was that coordinated with the CP? Not sure. That's where, you know, we gotta have this overarching strategy as a state, so that we are looking at this more holistic than we are just first in, first out, you know. Because we have some jurisdictions that are not receiving funding that probably need to. They don't know necessarily how to put the package together, or they don't have the staff, or they cannot do the new federal procurement rules. And that won't be right. When we have 7 super counties getting all the money, and the other 49 counties are not able to do that because they just don't have that expertise. So, Pat?
Well, you know, I don't really disagree with much of anything that's been said so far. You know, like Commissioner McLean said, you know, the tough thing is there are so many little fiefdoms and political jurisdictions in it. It's tough, you know, my sense in the emergency management world of the local county, I think there is a lot of support for getting the statutes out of, you know, the 60s or whenever they were last revised, and providing some better clarity on exactly what the local emergency management rules are, and exactly what a principal executive officer's roles are, and, you know, find a little tighter, and what the state's roles are. Because it's pretty vague in a lot of ways. And a lot of that has led to, you know, I've told you before, you know, the local emergency management programs are different, and it's what the community makes of and what's important to that community. Because none of the programs in the state have the ability to really do all the things that could be done out there. Just like the state doesn't have the staff to do anything out there, so, you know, it's not every local emergency management program is the same, and that's just the reality of it. But I do think that there's a lot of interest in clarifying exactly what those roles and responsibilities are, and kind of some of the work that was done with some people on what is a baseline program in Montana, and what should that look like at the local level. And, you know, put Delilah on the spot here, you know, I hope that in your honeymoon period, as you kick off your new life next month, maybe you can use some of that honeymoon period to get some of this rolling, maybe, if people want to move forward. And, you know, it's obviously it's a distance game, you know, like Brad kind of alluded, you know, I do so much in 10 months, and it's about relationships, and it's a long-term game, who you know, but, you know, if you get this kicked off, that, you know, you doing it and everything, I think that would be a great thing for this group. And if the thing comes to Mako or something, or whatever that looks like, to move forward on what that could look like, that would be a great thing as a new administrator to kind of use that, you know, that honeymoon period.
We got a volunteer here.
Yeah,
I would like to just say, you know, nothing that's being said right now is anything I disagree with. It's things I've bragged with Brad a lot about over the last year, so it's kind of like, put up or shut up, pretty much. And, you know, I think that the frequency that this body meets and kind of the format that we meet in, that's part of the reason I think we don't have all of our members sitting here. It's too big of an audience to get into the weeds, 15 minutes at the end of the day to get into the nuts and bolts. It's not structured right. I think a series of subcommittees that come and report out after this group twice a year, that's feasible. But, you know, subcommittees that meet more frequently for shorter amounts of time, roll up your sleeves, get dirty, get the work done. I think that's what this body needs to kind of look at shifting toward. And if it's revising the Title 10, looking at common operating picture, I think that's huge. That would be one of my number one things that I would like to see, you know, really put at the top of the priority list. Common operating picture is huge. We don't have a good one. We don't even know what elements we're looking for from each of our partners, let alone how we're going to get it from each of their partners to make sure that it's accurate. We've got a lot of work to do, but I agree. This is something that we need to take a look at how we're doing it, change it to make it work for us.
I know this is going to sound awfully self-serving and greedy, but don't forget your private partners. There's a lot of them that are out there that are very proactive in what they do. They've got a lot of resources they can bring to the table. And I think you've got a lot of them out there that are just sitting there waiting to be asked to the table. And I think they can bring a lot to you. You're talking about resources. BNSF rebuilt their bridge across the Mississippi River in 48 hours. Can the federal government do that? And we've got our own army that we can throw at things, and there's a lot of times that we pitched in and helped communities along our line just because we want to be a good neighbor and do the right thing. So don't forget us either.
Yep.
Whether it's the railroads, the utility companies, the pipelines, anybody that's out there.
You know, I appreciate that point so much, and some of the exercises I've done, you know, with pipeline companies and all, and seeing the resources and the commitment to being prepared is really eye-opening to me. And I don't have the years doing this that many of you have, but you're absolutely dead on. And you know, one of the things that's going to happen here in October, all of our terms expire, and we need to think about the membership. You know, how many of us want to continue? Who else should we have? You know, to be encouraging to apply to be members of the CERC as well. So you're going to get your letters in, you know, in June or July or something, and reminding you and asking, you know, please reapply or whatever for our representation. So, if, you know, to help facilitate this, I think we need to. Those of us who know the right people that should be on the CERC, we should be doing a little bit of legwork there ourselves with that kind of thing in mind. You know, who are the people that we want to encourage to join as a member of an active CERC?
And I would offer, if you stayed at the strategic level, delegated some of the tactical things you talked about today to DES, do you have the authority that you can give DES the permission, and you don't have to hear the hazmat report and approve on it afterwards, and do the strategic things? And then you might have more people come here. But I do think that a visit with the governor's office, that may be the tag in Delilah, and say, hey, we got certain state agencies that are not participating. If this is going to be successful, everybody's got to come to the table. Everybody's got to be here, because I look at the last two agendas, and there are several names who have not even submitted people there. And so if you're doing this common operating picture, that's the part I'm talking about. Until everybody's got skin in the game when it comes to emergency management, we're going to have gaps there. We have good partners like public health, we have other partners, not so much.
You know, you get on, I guess I'll call it key thing, really, you talk about some of our neighboring states and some of the disasters they've had, and Montana really hasn't been tested in a long time, and it will happen at some point. You talk about your staffing level, and, you know, it's all, you know, the current statutes and authorities, and ambiguity in some of those statutes, and some almost conflicting, it's not a good thing. It's setting us up to not be able to meet the public's expectation when something really bad happens. And I think it's the search, at least as the only body that can exist like this in the state of Montana, as part of the search duty, is raise the flag and say, yeah, we recognize this as an issue and we should address that.
Captain, anything from?
No, I you know, I haven't been to enough meetings to really get a picture of what this actually does. I think apparently you have to do that. So,
This would be my second one, yeah.
Hey, I'm a 10-year veteran in the Air Force. You know, we practice this stuff. I don't know how many traffics been from the power that's been on the street cover of the gas mask, directing traffic. And I've spent 2 years in the House Bill and get to see anything. Closest thing I've ever seen was tabletop exercise. It's very few of those. And then we talk about testing ourselves. And that we're never being tested. And, well, yeah, let's hope we never get tested. But why don't we test ourselves on a more regular basis? So more realistic basis.
I mean, this group could even direct some exercises or encourage it. And again, it's not just DES. Public health has got an exercise person, and other state agencies coming together. And the power is in this group. No other one I can see right now, as long as whoever sent you here is going to back you on that also. That they believe in, you know, this moving forward aspect of it. As you look at almost every state agency, private industry to a certain extent, local fire associations, public health actually has 3 seats at DES, my thought, you tell us kind of where you want us to go with respect to some of this stuff would be great. I want to do EMPG based on what the commissioners want, and how they want that money to be done. And because they're the boss. They're the boss of that jurisdiction, Homeland Security. I want to know when we give out 25% of the money has to go to law enforcement. Who's that single law enforcement person that tells us what's the overall state strategy? How best to spend that money? There's not one, right?
We asked for that in the SAC 3 years ago,
Exactly.
to try and coordinate fire, law. I mean, we did, and then all of a sudden the next year, we had a whole new SAC, and then we met last year, and I wasn't at the actual meeting. But then we go through the whole next year, and we haven't done anything in the entire time. You know, we've got a SAC charter that says we're supposed to be doing all these things, and you know, it seems like everyone wants to focus on we're supposed to do the right thing, but all we're doing with the SAC charter is reviewing the grants, and we're not doing any of the other details that are outlined in that SAC charter. None.
Okay, let me looking at the clock. We are officially scheduled until 2:30, not 2:30. So we're coming up on that, and these discussions, you know, we can stay and talk if people want to for a little bit. I know the rooms have to be set up for the SAC meeting tomorrow, so there's not a lot of time. But bottom line here is we have an agenda item here suggesting that we have we establish a subcommittee to start talking about strategy, and I'd like to take a vote and see, should we establish that committee and ask DES to start coordinating that for the SERC, start finding the right members for those pieces, law enforcement, fire, local government, whatever, and let's begin those discussions as a subcommittee together. So I think that's what we're being asked, is where the discussion was going. So can I have a motion to do that?
But,
Take a crack at it, Patrick. Go ahead, go.
I'll make a motion that Montana Disaster and Emergency Services identify potential players and gather those players together sometime prior to the next SERC meeting so that they can report back on.
Can I, before you finish, do it quickly, because again, the next session is less than X amount of time around. You almost have to put us that we'll find some people in the next 30 days and start meeting, because folks, if you wait till November.
We're seeing that. I mean, I think look to Delilah here then. I mean, I don't want, you're coming in new here, you're a key person in this, I mean, what is a realistic time frame to task?
Finally give me 30 days, so it's the end of June, July 1st, by July 1st.
Okay, so that would be fair to.
Is this a SERC subcommittee we're talking about?
It would be a
SERC
subcommittee.
Subcommittee of the SERC.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be certain members, but it should be chaired by a certain member.
I don't know. Also, time is of the essence, because if we do have the subcommittee, they definitely, hopefully, will participate in the FIRA, which is threat and hazard identification and risk assessment, and those are due to the feds at the end of the year. So, you know, can't get started soon enough.
That could be a different subcommittee, and potentially should be a different subcommittee. I don't think we want to place all the burden on the same group of people.
Well, the strategy group is getting together, basically identify, kind of almost feel like a committee on committees. You know, it's the strategy, say we need this FIRA group, we need this common operating picture group, we need this SAC group.
Well, I make a motion that Montana Disaster and Emergency Services identify and create a subcommittee of the SERC to identify a direction and a path for the future emergency management system in Montana.
Okay, we have a second. We've got a second. Thank you very much. All right.
You said that so well.
I think we've had a lot of discussion. Is it fair to say there's no discussion?
Could you repeat that?
No.
Just make it sound good when you type it up.
It was something along the lines of Montana Disaster and Emergency Services create a subcommittee, identify and create a subcommittee of the SERC to identify the future
direction on emergency management in Montana by the July 1st.
Future strategies.
Yeah, I had that word in there.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we have that motion. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Bruce gave his proxy
Yeah, he did give me
to
a proxy.
Patrick, so, and you're voting twice,
Yeah.
right? Okay, thank you. All opposed, same sign?
So,
Okay, hearing none, motion passes, and we will begin that effort. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Commissioner, really thank you for coming. Can you, would you be willing to identify one or two individuals that ought to serve on that? Get back with us?
I'll do my best. We'll find something.
Okay.
It's going all the way back to the interoperability.
Yeah.
That's still, just the way the state and county governments are set up, I can speak for 1/3 Beaverhead County. And even, it takes two votes to do anything on that part. And then as an association, we can't force any individual county to agree with us, and it's across the board. And that was part of the problem with interoperability in Montana. All boils down to communication and getting that stuff out at the commission level, plus the people that are actually out there doing the work, the soldiers, if you want to use that word, we don't hear that same comment. So, but we will spread it around.
I know Mark Peck would be interested.
Okay.
I talked to him. No.
Brian, can I make one more comment? Just quickly, of the things the SERC has done recently, and I maybe have been very critical, but I do think the creation of the All Hazard Incident Management Subcommittee and the work that we have done in this state in the last 2 years with all hazard incident management teams and the training piece that has gone along with that has, so exponentially increased our ability to deal with disaster in this state. It has been an amazing thing. And so I think in some aspect we have really moved forward in the last couple of years, and that piece has been incredible.
We should still celebrate our successes.
Yes,
We
and
have
that's why I
that.
wanted to mention
Yes.
And having said that, I'd like to say thanks to Mike Kavitsky for the train ride. That was really something. That's something you're just not going to forget what you're involved in. It was good.
Very good. Very good. Yes, sir.
in the last 30 seconds, I just want to thank Brad for your 10 months and work,
Yes.
for being willing to raise the flag about stuff like that.
Thank you.
Okay. And the one thing we have not done is set, I'm going to let you speak.
No, I'm
Do you have
done.
anything to
No,
say?
I have nothing else to say.
You
No.
don't? You really don't want to say anything? Okay. We haven't set our next meeting. Is there any reason, Delilah, as you and I will both be co-chairs under the current status, do you have any reason to not set a date now?
I'm not acting,
You're not-
I'm not officially yet.
I know, but can you see anything on the horizon that's nothing?
right
Okay.
now. My
That
calendar's
being the
booked.
case, typically we would aim for October. I think we've pushed it up into November a few times. I would like to suggest an early October date or an early November date, and because the months are busy. And if that's not good, fine. But would you like? Do you feel like you can put something on a calendar, or would you rather we do a survey and suggest a few dates? And there was the suggestion that we have possibly 2 days, so we can do some more in-depth discussion. And I think that may be something we want to seriously think about. Patrick.
I would even throw out, it's risky, you never know what's happening with wildfire season and stuff. But, talking about, what July might come up with, what might happen over the summer, and talking about doing it at the end of the calendar year, maybe there's value in meeting in September to give them a little extra time before you get in the holiday season. I'm saying it's risky, not disputing that.
Saying back it up even further. So what's the feeling of the group? I certainly am not going to just decide. So.
I think setting a date, we've been pretty good at setting dates, and I think we've been pretty good at keeping those dates, and we all get it on our calendars now. I know I schedule around this, and it's soon, if we wait until mid-September to say, put a date, there's a much better chance that everybody will have something scheduled.
about September, October, early November? What, tell me what you think.
How about October 7th?
What day is it?
That's a Wednesday.
So if we did 7th and held the 8th right now, in case we want to go 2 days,
Good.
would people be accepting of that? October 7th and 8th? Okay, I'm seeing some nodding and I'm not seeing any this kind. So, all right, we good? All right, October 7th and 8th. Right now, that's what we're going to lock in the calendars and try to find rooms and do all that kind of stuff. Thank you very much. Is there anything else for the good of the order at this point?
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Devin, for streaming our meeting today. By the way, the streaming of our meeting is available on the DEQ YouTube site. It's in your agenda information. If you want to go back and stream through and hear what somebody said, feel free to go back and take a look. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.